What's up, everybody? Checking to make sure that the live stream's actually running. Is it? Yeah, I think it is. Bleach, Eric, how you doing? Anno, what's up? What's up, you guys? How's everybody doing? You said, I hate Yuji. That's crazy. What's up, Womack? What's up, Snailium? How's everybody doing today? How's everybody doing? Let me know how the audio sounds. Are you guys able to hear me? How is everybody doing today? Happy to catch a stream again. It's been a minute. It has been a minute. It has been a minute. Yeah, I haven't been doing them as much. Samuel, you said, so Yuji is winning, right? I'm actually going to be debating for Hakari. I actually believe Hakari is more likely to win. But what's up, you guys? How is the audio sounding? Let me know in the chat how the audio sounds if you guys are able to hear me. On the most recent live stream I did, the Kenjaku versus Toji debate, last one I did, how long ago was that? That was 8 days ago. I've been barely streaming, bro. So that was over a week ago. But on that stream, there was like some very weird audio issue that I've never had before. It was like every 5 minutes, the audio would just make this like horrendous buzzing noise. Like it kind of sounded like, let me think. Like the best way I could describe it, it's like, you know, when you were a kid and you would turn on the TV at like 2 a.m. in the dark and it would just randomly be on static at max volume and you just get jump scared by the sound of the static. Like the audio was doing that just randomly. Like it was at about a rate of like every 5 minutes, but sometimes it would happen just in between those intervals randomly. There was really no way to predict it. I don't even know what was causing it, and my streams have never done that before. So if there's any audio issues, guys, like let me know in the chat. Like you can even spam it a little bit, send like 3-4 messages. Yo, Anno, thank you for the donation, bro. I appreciate this a lot. Anno, you said, thanks for all the cool videos and live streams, man. I'm glad you're back on them. Keep up the good work. Bro, I really appreciate that. Seriously, thank you. Really appreciate that a lot. Thank you a lot, dude. Okay, so yeah, we got to get into this debate, bro. I have about an hour where I can do this live stream. Usually I let them go like 2-3 hours sometimes, but this one I actually have to get going in an hour. The last one we did was 3 hours. It's crazy. Audio's great. Okay, good. Yeah, because on the last stream, people were saying like, bro, there's a buzzing audio sound, and I didn't know what they meant. And then I listened back to it. I'm like, oh, this is terrible. This is unwatchable, bro. So I went back and I cut out all of the buzzing audio in the Kenjaku versus Toji debate. So, but yeah, if there's any audio issues, let me know, guys, and I'll like try and fix it. Okay. So, oh yeah, and if anybody wants to join the debate, here's how you do it. You go to my channel, and then you go to this most recent post, this poll right here. Then you click on the comments, and then you click this link right here, and you'll actually be able to join in this debate today. Okay, the debate's going to be for about 1 hour long. All right. Matter of fact, let me just go ahead and paste the link in the chat too, so that way it'll be easier. Give me 1 second. I'm going to paste the link in the chat, and then we are going to get started with this debate. Okay. Oh, and let me go ahead and put it on this Jujutsu Kaisen panel. But yeah, we're going to get started early, so let me get the Discord link. It is, it's right here. Okay, and am I logged into my YouTube? Yeah. All right, I'm about to give you guys the link here too. If anyone in the chat wants to join and you don't want to go through like the steps I just listed out, you can just join this link. All right, yeah, that's the debate chat. If anyone wants to join in to this live stream we're having right now, that's how you do it. It's through right there, okay? So I'm about to hop into the debate chat, probably debate chat 1. and we can get this started. So yeah, for anyone who just hopped in, I am saying that Hakari would be more likely to win even against the end of story Yuji, and that's what I'll be debating. Let me think. Is there anything I need to do before we start the debate? I'm just thinking. Is there anything I'm forgetting that I wanted to say? Well, I guess I'll just explain my argument real quick. My stance on it, I think that Hakari just actually outstats Yuji in everything except for durability. And his insane RCT makes up for the durability gap. Like, I think, so I want to actually also analyze the Hakari versus Kashimo fight during this debate. There's a few things I need to study about it. Like, I need to understand Hakari's domain better. Also, he has a curse technique too that like lets him have like telekinesis kind of. He just like slaps people with objects. So I want to understand that better too. And I want to look at this fight with Kashimo and see if he ever uses his curse technique against Kashimo or if he just uses raw physicals. But I'd say that overall, he just outstats Yuji in everything. The only thing Yuji outstats him in would be durability. So yeah, that's kind of my stance on it. And like, I think in order to kill Hakari, you have you have to one-shot him, and Yuji just does not have the strength to actually do that. Like the way he's holding his own with people who are either on Yuji's tier or higher and not being one-shot by them, I don't see Yuji one-shotting him either. Like, if he's able to fight Urame for the entire duration of the Shinjuku battle, and just still be fine at the end of that, I don't really see Yuji one-shotting him. All right, so yeah, let's just start the debate now. So I'm going to be opening the debate chat, so anyone who wants to join can hop on in, and we will start this. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to hop into debate voice chat 1. My window open? Oh, no, it's not. Bro, my neighbor's dogs are so loud, I can hear them even with my window closed. That's actually crazy. I thought my window was actually open. All right, let's start this. Yo, Anno, what's up, bro?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good, dude. I'm doing good. It's a nice day. How's your day been?
It's been pretty good.
That's good to hear, bro. But, Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I was just saying, I was just reading that because I saw you were setting up the debate. I was reading that fight where Hakari fights Kashimo.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot, that fight is like peak. That's like such a good fight.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's definitely underrated. Like, it's one of the best fights in the series, I think. It's just one of the coolest ones.
Like, there's literally a part, like, it's so cool where they're, like, ping-ponging back and forth a huge, like, crate, and then they just start punching either side of the crate, like Jotaro and Dio.
Yeah, no, that's actually pretty crazy. Another thing I like about Jujutsu Kaisen is there's clearly a lot of inspiration from other manga. Like, Hunter x Hunter's the clearest one, but I do think that crate scene might be a JoJo reference, too.
Yeah, this, I only ever got to the start of it, but I read, like, the first few chapters of Bleach. I'm like, the first few chapters of Bleach are literally just, like, Jujutsu Kaisen. Like, clearly Jujutsu Kaisen is basically just Bleach at the start.
Yeah, I heard that he was inspired by that one a lot, too. I haven't seen Bleach in a very long time. Like, I watched it as a kid, and then really never went back to it. So I need to go back and, like, see that again. I might read it, because I never really read the manga really too much. But what are your thoughts on Hakari versus Yuji?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's awkward. It's like, I kind of agree with you. I think Hakari just wins because, like, he's kind of just invincible. And then, like, in character, like technically his ability is based on gambling. But the thing is, I feel like in character somehow, almost, he just would never miss the jackpot. Like, it's almost like it just wouldn't happen in character, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's something I need to look at, and maybe I'll do that during this stream, is like actually analyzing how his domain works, because it seems that every time he uses it, he hits the jackpot. Like, it's supposed to be a gambling chance, but there's some weird condition with it where it just pretty much 100% of the time works.
Like, even in the fight with Kashimo, like, he almost dies, and then he just hits the jackpot anyway right before he dies, and then he's fine again.
Yeah, I want to analyze that because like his fight with Kashimo, it shows like his strengths and weaknesses. So like even without using jackpot, he has a crazy amount of cursed energy even without it. Like they show him like surging cursed energy like a Super Saiyan. He also just has like better statements than Yuji. Like Yuta said, when he gets going, he's stronger than I am. And like the thing is, you can interpret that a couple ways. Like Yuta might not even be talking about jackpot. You could just say like when he's angry, he's stronger than Yuta. If you want to like highball Hakari, there's like different ways you can scale him pretty high. And then
yeah, I feel like with that whole thing, it's like with him is I was saying like he kind of like just kind of is really unbeatable unless you can just blow up his head. Like that's basically how it is. Like if you can't blow up his head and like destroy his brain, you're never gonna kill him.
Yeah, that's true. And also like I've seen people talk about Yuji's cleave being his best win condition. His cleave isn't even that strong though. Like Sukuna was saying his punches were stronger than his cleave.
Yeah, that's the thing is like technically Yuji does have crazier statements than Hakari, but they're all for his potential. Like you could argue like JJK modulo Yuji or something is like unironically like Sukuna tier. But at the time of the Shinjuku fight, like he's just Yuji, like he's not on that level.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. I mean, like, adult Yuji will be stronger than Hakari for sure. He seems to have way more potential. But, like, from what Yuji actually displays, even in the Shinjuku battle, I still have Hakari above him. Like, and I'm just analyzing this fight right now, and it's like, he has really crazy statements. So, first off, I see someone in the chat said, isn't he already in Jackpot at the start of the Kashimo fight? Is he? Was he already in it at the start?
Yeah, I think he is, because Kashimo, like, right when he shows up, he already has the energy flowing off him, and Kashimo's like, what the hell is that music? Why is there, like, music coming off of you?
Oh, so yeah, he did just finish fighting someone else before he showed up to the battle, right?
Yeah, I think he was already, like, in Jackpot when he started. But really, it doesn't matter, because, like, he gets out of it almost immediately again, and then he just opens his domain, and they said his domain opened faster than Mahito's, and I think they're talking about like the 0.1 second domain. So it's like, I'm not even sure if anyone can even like react to his domain. Because his domain is so fast, like the only people that could react to it would probably be like Gojo and Sukuna.
Yeah, that's actually pretty crazy. So, and it seems like, yeah, I need to study Hakari's abilities because I want to understand like, what is Hakari's sure hit? Because someone told me he does have a sure hit.
Yeah, what his sure hit is, I'm pretty sure, is what it's harmless. What it does is it tells you the rules of his domain and like how the gambling actually works. So theoretically, if you block the sure hit, all that would happen is you would just have no idea what's going on, and you would be like confused. It would actually hurt you if you blocked his sure hit.
That's interesting. So, yeah, I want to understand, like, what his abilities do, because I'm reading here, it says his cursed energy output is high enough that he can ignore the properties of Kashimo's, like, electricity in his cursed energy. So that's all from Jackpot? Like, it increases his output, too?
Yeah, I think because what's happening is he has effectively infinite cursed energy, and so because of that, like, his body is outputting the maximum amount of cursed energy at all times, and then also it's automatically healing itself, because I guess if it wasn't automatically healing itself, the energy would literally blow him up from the inside. Like, that's how much energy he has.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I might end up just reading the first time he uses Jackpot, because I remember the first time he uses it was against that, like, mangaka painter guy, and there's a full page, like, dedicated to explaining his abilities. So I might read that on stream, but I'm seeing it here right now. Like just reading when he regenerated his arm, It says he hit jackpot with Idle Death Gamble. So like, is Idle Death Gamble the name of his domain, and then jackpot's like something that can happen within it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think Idle Death Gamble's like the name of the technique, like / the domain.
Okay, and then yeah, jackpot results in a bonus of unlimited cursed energy throughout the round. Immediately after a jackpot, the song plays for 4 minutes and 11 seconds. So like jackpot, is that how long jackpot lasts? Is 4 minutes 11 seconds?
Yeah, it lasts for 4 minutes and 11 seconds. He has unlimited energy. So for like about that time, he's basically just unkillable. And he has like infinite energy.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. And then he just goes back into his domain. So can he just spam domains?
Yeah, like that's the whole thing, right? Because it takes like 4 minutes and 11 seconds and he has infinite energy, he never runs out of energy. And then by the time the thing wears off, he can just immediately go into domain again, and that's how he fights. So like when he's fighting Kashimo, he fights him for like 4 minutes, 11 seconds, then the domain runs out, then he just casts it again immediately. So like the only thing, like a couple times Kashimo tries to like figure out ways to like kill him and make it stop. Like right at the end, he tried to like blow up his arm so he couldn't cast domain again. And that was when he made the binding vow where he like sacrificed his arm to save the rest of his body.
So like, I really want some people to explain why they think Yuji can beat this. Because like when I did the poll, right, like let me look at like the poll comments, maybe that'll give me a better idea. Because I did the poll and people, 88% voted for Hakari. And, 88% voted for Yuji. And like, I'm not seeing how Yuji stands a chance against this guy.
I think like the only way is that if you were using a couple, there's like some ways you can interpret like Sukuna's statements in the final battle where Yuji keeps hitting black flashes, and then Sukuna says, is he trying to climb to my level? So what you could interpret it as, and I think some people interpreted it like this, is that every time Yuji was hitting a black flash in the fight, he was actually getting stronger, and then like by the end of the fight or whatever, he was like ridiculously strong. And that's like the only way I think, where you would have to assume that Yuji just got so strong that he's like significantly stronger and faster than Hakari.
I see. So people are just thinking like that the black flashes kept increasing his power. He didn't just stay at 120. He went beyond 120%, and like they think he somehow started rivaling an actual Sukuna, maybe.
Yeah, maybe, or not even that he's rivaling him, but that he's getting continually stronger every time he hits a black flash in the fight.
Yeah, I think even that's debatable. Because like, I don't know, I could analyze that statement where he said, do you think he's going to climb to my level? Like, Sukuna's output was dropping at the same time. So, I mean, maybe you could argue, does he mean, like, he's going to lower my level to his? Because every time Yuji hit him, he was dropping in output.
Yeah, that's one thing I don't like about the Sukuna fight. Like, it would have been cool if there was, like, a meter or something that, like, showed Sukuna's output. Because it keeps mentioning his output's dropping, but there's no way to, like, quantify it. Like, it's just vague.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm reading the panel you said where it said he was even faster than Mahito and Shibuya. So, yeah, I think his domain is faster than 0.1 seconds. Oh, yeah, and you were right. It does say that the sure hit in his domain is harmless. And it says he can be aggressive, and his curse technique activation is fast. That might be like a mistranslation, because I don't even think he was using his curse technique in the fight, where he just like makes things appear and slap you.
Yeah, I think that's like, that part of his technique is weird. I don't know like how useful it is, but it's like, I think he can like conjure things from his domain, like the weird, like the train doors and stuff, and like throw them at people.
Yeah, I think it is something like that. Because his domain is based on the pachinko machine, so maybe his curse technique is like kind of based on like hitting people with pachinko machine objects, like doors and levers and stuff.
Yeah, I think like because I think it's like the one guy Higuruma, like their domains are more based around, or their techniques are more based around the domain, and then everything else is kind of like I don't know. It's kind of like that it's just like an additional thing,
Yeah. Yeah, like I think most domains, it's like you're just being hit with their curse technique. But in his domain, they're being hit with information, and his curse technique isn't like information. So it's kind of unique there. Cosmic, what's up, bro? How you doing? Yeah, and I'm really just trying to see like how does Yuji win? Like, why did he win that poll so overwhelmingly? Like, let me look in these chat comments. Okay, so Wise Weepy said, I personally think that Yuji can kill him between jackpots. Kashimo was able to knock Hakari out like 3 times while he was in the domain, so I think Yuji could win. So, let's see. So yeah, there's just a small window where he's not killable. I mean, where he's actually killable. It's in between one domain to the next. But isn't that like 0.1 second? Like less than 0.1 second?
Yeah, it's like in between domains, like basically once his technique runs out, he pretty much just immediately recasts the domain. So it's like there's really almost no window to do it. Like you would have to like set it up almost beforehand somehow, or like time it perfectly is like the only way you could do it, I guess.
And he's talking something about having increased probability. I need to actually study this part of his ability.
Yeah, here's the thing, is like the actual mechanics of what's going on in his domain are like so confusing. Like it's like I honestly like maybe you just literally need to understand how Japanese pachinko machines work or something to actually know how to do it. Because like I really like whenever I read them, it's like my eyes glaze over. Like I can't tell what he's talking about. Where he's like, oh, it's in probability change mode, and therefore I have a 20% chance to hit the jackpot. It's like he's just making stuff up. Like it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like understanding how pachinko machines actually work would probably make it more intuitive to understand. As I've never played on one of those, but I'm reading it right here. It says the probability of hitting the jackpot is over 20% on the first activation. And it said for that reason, the risk of drawing a dud is greater during normal times. That might just be a mistranslation. It says, so he usually doesn't use it unless he has increased probability. But I don't know what causes the increased probability.
Yeah, it's like honestly, I have no idea what any of it means, but it's like, even if it's like the chance is increased by 20%, like he hits a 20% chance every single time. So honestly, this dude is just so lucky. I don't think he's ever missing the jackpot.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he doesn't ever miss it every time he's using it. And I think they explain why he doesn't miss it. Yeah, I mean, so he fought Kashimo for like 1, 2, 3. He fought him for like 2 or 3 pages and then just hits jackpot again. So hold on, let me see. What is he saying here? It says, but this jackpot was with an even number. Even if he opens his domain again after 4 minutes 11 seconds, the increased probability will have ended. So I don't know what causes the increased probability. I might need to, maybe they mention it during his first fight with that painter guy. I'm not sure. But
yeah, I think that one is more where they go into like the mechanics of how it works is in the first fight.
Yeah, because Kashimo like understands the increased probability stuff, but I'm not sure where they explain the increased probability. I didn't see it yet. Like
yeah, because
Kashimo
understands because he was hit with the sure hit, and the sure hit like gives you all the information of how the technique works.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go back and look at his fight with the with that painter guy. I don't remember. Was that? I don't remember what chapter that was. Might have been like 184, because I think they explain it over there. Because I remember they have a full page where they explain like how his ability works. Let me see. No, this isn't it. This is him just killing Panda. Maybe. Do you remember what chapter number it is where he fights that painter dude? I know it's like right before this one.
Yeah, it probably is right before. I'm not sure what chapter.
Oh, I found it. 182. So yeah, I want to read that explanation they give, because it just seems like he is super challenging to deal with. And then even when he's not using his domain, he's very strong too.
Yeah, you know what else? You know what else is something that's crazy that he does is in the fight with Kashimo, he actually just like teleports his domain over the water so that he can drop him in the water.
Really?
Yeah, he moved his domain somehow. Like he moved the whole domain over. Because then when they were like standing on the pier or whatever, and then whenever they left the jackpot or the domain, they were like above the water, and Kashimo was like, "What the hell?"
Yeah, I need to look at that part of the fight again, because Hakari just kind of seems broken. Like it seems like almost no one in the series can beat him.
Dude, that's the thing is like Hakari, and I believed in this too for the longest time, but then I reread that Kashimo fight. He's like actually cracked.
Yeah.
Like he just got a lot of slander because Gege never showed the fight between him and Araume, and then it was a draw.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, because he's kind of broken. Like, oh, what's up, Cosmic? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Can Hakari heal from soul damage?
To be honest, I don't even know if Yuji can actually do soul damage to anyone that's not an incarnated sorcerer, because he never does the entire series.
Okay.
Yeah, I think also, I think Yuji doing soul damage is dubious, and I also think that honestly Hakari probably could, because it seems like his reverse curse technique just heals everything. Like healing the poison is like some super advanced thing that almost no one can do, but his RCT just did it anyway, like completely automatically. So I honestly think that it could heal soul damage anyway.
Yeah, and I mean, so like the argument I've seen for Yuji having actual soul damage is people say that after reading Yuki's notes, now he'd be able to do it. But it's like there's zero statement of him ever doing actual soul damage to Sukuna the entire fight. Like, even after the scene where he sees that Megami's not going to help them, there's still no statement of him like doing soul damage. Like, especially when Sukuna did take legitimate real soul damage from Soul Split Katana, and he's like, this attack is healing slower than all the other ones. So if Yuji was really doing soul damage, then he would say something like, oh, this attack feels just like Yuji's attacks. But he doesn't say that though.
Yeah, I mean the thing is too, like, all Yuji was trying to do anyway in the fight was separate Sukuna's and Megami's souls so that he could get Sukuna out of Megami. So, like, he doesn't really even have a reason to attack Sukuna's soul, I guess, to be fair, but, like, there's also nothing that indicates that he can do that. Like, he can attack the barrier between the souls, but there's nothing that ever says he can attack the souls themselves.
Yeah. I mean... Yeah, it's just like the fact that he never, like, no one other than incarnated sorcerers state that he's doing, like, soul damage. Well, Mahito says it, but, like, he fights Todo as well, and Chozo, but neither of them are like, oh, he's doing soul damage to me. Like, and Chozo was trying to kill him, so if he could really do soul damage back in the Mahito fight, I don't see why he wouldn't do soul damage in the Chozo fight.
Yeah, it's also like a thing you could argue is that because Sukuna should have the exact same properties as Yuji, where he could, see someone's soul or whatever. You'd think that would have come up in the Gojo fight, because, like, if he had soul damage, I think Gojo would have been, like, even more cooked, because his healing would have been way slower. Like, he might have just died to Malevolent Shrine. If every Malevolent Shrine slash is, like, hitting his soul.
That's true.
He wouldn't even know how to heal that. He would actually just die.
That is true. And another thing, I was talking to Restless Gambler about this. Like, if all it takes is to do soul damage is like seeing the soul, then Gojo should be able to do soul damage too, because like there's this scene where there's a couple scenes where it's like heavily implying that he can actually see the souls of people. Like there's this scene where he looks at Sukuna and it shows like two lights within him, showing one for Megumi, one for Sukuna. And then another thing was like in the beginning of the series, he just looks at Yuji. He's like, oh yeah, you did absorb Sukuna. He could just tell by looking at him. So there's an argument that like Gojo with the 6 eyes can actually see souls.
Yeah, that's like a weird thing. I don't know what's up with that, but it is a thing that happens. So like,
and I'm actually looking at this domain explanation. It says that there's a 75% chance that he gets increased probability whenever I think every time he does his domain, he has a increased probability every time, I think. And it's a decreasing number.
I think like,
oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I think what you would have to say if you wanted Yuji to win is that theoretically, eventually Hakari wouldn't hit jackpot. So if you could last long enough against Hakari, you would eventually win. Because eventually he wouldn't. Now, I don't know if Yuji can last that long against Hakari, because Hakari hit like 5 or 6 of these things in a row, and that's like 30 minutes or something of straight fighting.
Yeah, and another thing it says in like the flow chart of his domain is every time he hits a jackpot, the spins get faster. It's either the spins get faster or he gets increased probability of a jackpot. But in theory, I think both of those are the same thing. Like, if it's spinning faster, I think the chance of him getting a jackpot like increases. And if the probability increases, the chance of him getting a jackpot increases. I think they both do the same thing. But I'm not 100% sure. And I'm also looking at this part of his domain, like there's like different doors that it talks about, a green, red, and gold door. And it said, I choose the effect, but the success is up to luck. So these doors, they look like the doors that he hit Yuji with when they were fighting. I think his curse technique is just controlling stuff from his domain.
Yeah, at least outside the domain, that's like what he does, I think.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this stuff, it's talking about Richie scenarios. What does it mean? It says, when advancing to the final train, Richie, things get hot with chances of over 80%. I'm not sure what that exactly means. Like 80% of jackpot, maybe? He said, chance boosters increase the chances of a jackpot, even in unfavorable Richie scenarios. So there's like 3 chance boosters. So it just seems like his whole domain is based on luck, but there's a lot of things that make it more likely for him to hit a jackpot.
Yeah, I don't even know, like, just based on his technique, I don't even know how much you can argue, like, any of the, like, characters besides, like, Gojo and Sukuna and, like, maybe Kenjaku can, like, kill him. Because, like, he's just immortal. Like, he's basically unbeatable. Like, you can't really kill him, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm seeing in this fight against, I forget what this painter dude's name is. Someone said it before in the chat. I don't know what this painter guy's name is, but you see him actually doing the same thing he did to Yuji. He like spawns doors out of nowhere and like tries to crush him with doors. So I think that's what he did to Yuji too. But I'm looking at this. It like, just the simple way of putting it, it seems like he pretty much guaranteed hits a jackpot. Because there's so many things that just boost the chance of him hitting a jackpot that it's almost like guaranteed.
Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like. Because again, like, the biggest example is in the fight with Kashimo. He's literally like half a second from dying, and then he just hits the jackpot again, and then he's fine.
And it seems like the first jackpot is like the most challenging one to hit. And then after that, I wonder if all of the previous luck boosters carry over to the second domain, because in this fight here, is this guy's name Charles? I think someone said it was like Charles or something.
Yeah, I think his name it's like Charles.
So in this first fight with Charles, he says the chance of a jackpot is only 1 in 239. But then when he was fighting Kashimo, they said the chance of a jackpot was like about 20% now. So I don't know if the luck boosters are carrying over to the next domain every time he's doing it or not.
Yeah, it's like, that's the thing. Like, when I reread that fight, I was like, dude, Hakari is like cracked as hell. Like you would need an attack that can actually like take his head out. That's like the only way you really ever beat him.
Yeah, and it's like, looking at this fight, were they fighting in a train station before, or is this like the property of his domain? You just like end up at a train station.
I think that's what it like looks like on the inside. I think it's like a weird. I think it's like you're in the pachinko machine almost, and like the train station is where the pachinko machine takes place, I guess.
Yeah, because they were fighting on a rooftop at first. I don't think they were anywhere near an actual train. There's like trees and stuff around them. And, okay, yeah, Idle Death Gamble is the name of his domain, actually. And then, let me see here. So yeah, then they're in the domain. And it just looks like a train station, yeah. And it's like, trains are flying past them. And I think it says after the third train, it's an 80% chance that he'll hit the jackpot.
You know what just as a brief aside, you know what this whole thing reminded me of was, do you remember the chapter where like Yuji cast his domain and then Sukuna was just in the train station?
Yes.
People like unironically thought that Yuji just like killed Sukuna. Like people thought that Sukuna got like off-screen like Gojo.
That actually would have been kind of crazy.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good.
That's good.
I'm just gonna like just speak a bit, defend Yuji a bit, because literally nobody is talking about him. So yeah, I'm not gonna spend here too long. We're gonna go to bed soon.
Yeah, I'd like to hear some arguments for Yuji. That'd be great.
Yeah. So I think the main thing is that Yuji and Sukuna just get stronger throughout Shinjuku.
Mm-hmm.
You can kind of see this when, like, because we know that, like, Sukuna, he can't, like, heal the, like, whenever Yuji is, like, separating the boundary between his soul and Megami's. Whenever Yuji is separating, the souls, it's like, it's weakening him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the weird thing with that is that we see that when is that Sukuna actually gets his RCT back, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And the thing with that is that because he's already in a weakened state, he's not actually able to fix his soul. It means that he needs to increase his power from an already lower state. So let's say like he's like 10% and he can't use his RCT properly. He has to increase it. So he's at like a lower level, but he's just increasing in strength. I don't know if I'm explaining this right.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's times in the Shinjuku fight where Sukuna's output, basically his output got super low from the Gojo fight, and then eventually he had to, like, increase it back up with black flashes.
Yeah, so I don't think black flashes, like, stack. I think it's just, like, you hit one, and no matter how many hits, you're just stuck at 20%. But I do think that hitting black flashes just naturally lets you like get stronger, because you understand like curse energy at like a more deeper level.
Yeah, I remember black flashes. When you're right after hitting a black flash, it lets you use cursed energy like as easily as breathing. I think they say something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, like the moments after hitting a black flash are stronger. I think the biggest boost Yuji gets from a black flash, like story wise, was the first one he ever hit, because it said there's like dialogue where it says the difference between someone who's never hit a black flash and someone who has is like a very big difference. You just understand things better afterwards.
Yeah, I definitely do think the first one is the biggest difference, but I think that like just hitting more in general just makes you stronger, like overall.
Yeah, I mean,
think you're just understanding curse energy at like a deeper level.
I think it like makes them hit 120%, and then they're just in 120% for the rest of the fight.
Yeah, I think
I agree with that. What I'm saying is that they like their understanding elevates.
I understand.
so here's like I can't tell if this was a translation error, because especially like when it was coming out, all the translations were wonky and you couldn't tell what was true. But I remember there was a thing. Do you remember how Sukuna used Malevolent Shrine with Gojo's hand sign?
Yeah.
Malevolent Shrine with... Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
I think they said something, I thought it said something about how because he hit a bunch of black flashes, it like carved a new pathway in his brain, and that new pathway was used to open his domain. So like basically he figured out how to do the Gojo hand sign for his technique just because he hit enough black flashes.
I think that might be a mistranslation. I'm not gonna hype him up that much.
Yeah, so like the main argument I was seeing that you were saying you just think Yuji got so much stronger in the Shinjuku battle that he reached a point where he would be able to kill Hakari.
Yeah, because you at the end of like Shinjuku, we know that like Yuji, he's like literally just gassed out. Like he can't use RCT anymore. He can't like heal, so he has like internal wounds while he's like fighting Sukuna. And we also know he's on like low like curse energy too. Like all he really has is just like the domain amping him, and I guess like Sukuna, like whenever he hits him, his like output decreases, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, so like Yuji's feats.
But even throughout that, like Sukuna still keeps his like RCT, but he's not like decreasing by like that much.
Yeah, I would just say like Yuji's feats are impressive, but like I don't know if he surpassed Maki, Hakari, or Yuta, any of them. Because there's like
I would definitely say that he surpasses Maki, because Maki got like blitzed by, you know, like basically like no heart, and just right after facing Yuji and Yuta, and she gets like blitzed by that Sukuna, and then Yuji, this is a Sukuna who just got like his RCT back, and he gets it back because, you know, his RCT, his like CT output increases, and you know he's fighting that Sukuna, so obviously it makes sense that, and Sukuna like really wants to kill him. He's not like messing around. He's not interested. He just really hates Sukuna. Yuji.
Yeah, so I like there's a couple things like. I mean, I can pull up the Sukuna versus Yuji fight too, but it's like everything Yuji performs against Sukuna, we don't actually know. Like Sukuna, we don't know exactly how strong he is. He's getting weaker and weaker every time Yuji hits him, and a lot of his best feats are after Yuji hits him with like 7 or 8 black flashes in a row. And Sukuna's output was like low even before that, and
no, but the. Sorry.
Oh no, I was also gonna say like damage in general lowers your output too. So I don't know. It's just a very, very like at the start. So when Yuji joins the fight, he was already at like less than half of his cursed energy. That was like 45% Sukuna. And
Yeah, I don't think curse energy volume matters. It's just like output. And we know Sukuna just has like the best, or like literally second best efficiency. So I don't think his total curse energy matters like at all.
I'm just saying.
Also,
I'm just saying.
sometimes you too, by the way.
Oh wait, go ahead, Ree. What did you say?
I was gonna say he still had 2 times whatever Yuta had, and Yuta had the most curse energy out of everybody in that field combined. So the fact that he had 2 times his curse energy still after that says a lot, though.
No, he didn't. He started the Gojo fight with more than twice as much as Yuta. But when Yuta and Yuji started fighting him, Sukuna says, "I have about as much cursed energy as Yuta now."
Wasn't that later?
No, that was right when he and Yuta started fighting. He's like, "I have about as much cursed energy as Yuta right now."
No,
Here, I'll just.
yeah, no, you're right. But I will say, I think the reason why Sukuna just ran out of so much curse energy is, number one, we don't really know what happened within the domain fights. So for all we know, he could have just been like spamming that, like how Gojo was in Malevolent Shrine. And also, we know that it probably takes a lot of RCT to heal your brain too. So I just don't really think, I think this is like an outlier in a way.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I was bringing up the cursed energy thing is you can make an argument that, like, at the start of the fight, Sukuna was weaker than 10 Finger Sukuna level. Like, considerably weaker.
I don't think it's scale linear. Really, I just don't think that.
Yeah, they might not.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just found the panel where he.
In a way,
go ahead.
like for most of the fight in Shinjuku, it's like there's no way to really even tell how hard Sukuna is trying in like any given instance. Because whenever he actually tries, he could just insta-kill like everyone on the field, and they could never do anything to stop him.
Yeah, and his like, there's also a line from Yuta where like at the start of their fight, while he's in Yuta's domain, Sukuna hits him with a dismantle, and Yuta's like, if it wasn't for Gojo weakening him, we would have just died right there. Like he would have one-shot them.
Well, yeah, I think this kind of, in a weird way, supports me because later, because at this point, Sukuna, he can't use RCT yet, and then later he can, and his soul should just be like in a worse condition. So, I mean, that's just kind of like upskill, really.
Well, it's I think the reason
if we kind of just take that with the whole idea of how Yuji is trying to like climb to this level, and he's in pretty much kind of like just like a worse condition than Sukuna, or at least almost so. I think that kind of just puts the idea that Yuji just did get stronger throughout Shinjuku, like by a lot.
Yeah, he did get stronger, but I think he's still actually fodder compared to Sukuna. Like, so I'm reading this dialogue. He said, "Thanks to my fight against Gojo, I still can't use my domain, and the effects of my RCT are weakened." That was like right at the start of him being jumped in Yuta's domain. So like there was 2 things Gojo did that affected him. One was just like beat him up a lot, so he damaged him a lot. That lowered his output. But the other thing was him hitting him with unlimited void like affected him.
Yeah.
But like he was using RCT at the start of the fight with him against Yuta and Yuji. It was just like a low level of RCT. Like he actually gets his hand chopped up.
Double check your chapters just to make sure everything that you're saying is correct.
Actually, I don't think he ever healed any of the like limbs he gets cut off, like maybe like scars and such.
The one against Higuruma, he does.
Ever heals? He does?
Yeah, I can go back and check. I'm pretty sure like when he chops his hand off before Higuruma, before Yuji stabs him with Higuruma's like weapon, he regenerates that. I think. Let me go and look.
I I'm pretty sure it doesn't stab him, but I see what you mean.
Yeah, it's like right before Yuji's
Because
about to
obviously
hit him.
he'll die.
Yeah, it's like right before Yuji stabs him with it, he like cuts that hand off, and then I think he regenerates that. Yeah, the executioner blade. Like, let me double check though, because I think I remember reading a panel where I looked at it and I'm like, oh yeah, you can see his hand like smoking.
Yeah, because he sliced off when Higuruma was about to attack him. Yeah, I remember this.
Yeah, you can see it. You can see you see his fist like smoking with RCT. Like the fist that he chopped off, he's regenerating it. I think it's his upper right hand. And then he like, yeah, then he has it. Well, let me just double check exactly which hand got chopped off. Let me. It was 247.
Also, what are we talking about? Who's versus who?
It's Yuji versus Hakari.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I'm saying Hakari wins.
Against the that fought the Sukuna that fought everybody else
Against
at the same time?
Not Yuta, Yuji.
Oh no, yeah, Yuji that fought. So yeah. So is it like, cause like when Hakari fought, I forgot his name, the ice dude. Weren't they like wasn't they like pretty much similar like in power wise, or didn't she beat him?
No, they were just like they were stalemating, but that was also like Hakari's job was to keep Urarame out of the fight, and he was like doing that.
He could do that all day, but I don't think Urarame is on the same level as this Sukuna that we're talking about right now. That would not, but I feel like that'd be a crazy assumption, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, Urarame is not as strong as Sukuna, but that's not. But like, yeah, I don't think that really changes too much, though.
Like, honestly, I mean, yeah, like probably literally nobody but Gojo is even like 15% Sukuna. Like if Sukuna's only at 15%, he's still killing everyone.
I'm gonna be honest. I think Yuji is like more than 15% Sukuna.
I don't know. I think if Sukuna, like for example, if Yuji, so the statement that Yuta had, if Sukuna had not just fought Gojo, he would have one-shot us both. I think that's still true even at the end of the Shinjuku battle.
I will say I don't think fingers scale linearly. So if you kind of take 15 finger and you kind of apply the 10%. Do we agree that like in calling games, Sukuna was like generally around like 10%, and then when he goes for an attack, he probably decreases some more. Do you think his like actual like physical stats were like affected, or like just like whenever he goes in for an attack?
I think it was everything, because he said his output was like dropping to 10%, and he was still fighting Maki and Yuji at the same time.
Yeah. So he's still fighting like Maki and Yuji at the same time, but obviously.
Well, that was 15 finger too.
Yeah, that was 15. Again, I don't think fingers scale linearly, so I think 10% of like 20 fingers is like the same as like 10% of 15, really.
And
I feel like those fingers give him a real boost in power, though. Okay.
And just real quick, I pulled up, so I looked at both scenes. Like he chops off his upper right hand against the Higuruma executioner blade, and then he just regens it immediately after. So like he was using RCT in the fight. So like, yeah, and like the Yuji the Sukuna that Yuji's fighting at the end of this battle, I'd say is like far weaker than this one that he's fighting at the start.
I'm thinking, when exactly does Yuji lose RCT? Sukuna, when does Sukuna lose RCT exactly?
Let me try and find out. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe after Maki stabs him in the heart.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Maybe. I'm not too sure.
But he was using RCT. So I think he never loses it. I think it's just low output, but I might be wrong.
Oh, I'm exaggerating when I say lucid. I do mean like low output, by the way.
And some of these things might be translation errors too.
I think what it is that it happens when Yuji starts punching him, I think, because then obviously his like output lowers.
Because
like heart wouldn't really do that, would it?
They have a line where it says he's using cursed energy to heal and keep his heart beating after Maki stabs him. But I'm not sure if that's like. I'm not sure if that's like the same as RCT.
There's a thing in the Kenjaku versus Yuki fight where it's implied that when you're using RCT, it like lowers your output because I guess you have to assign a certain level of your output to healing yourself.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
And
so I think the issue with this is that Sukuna definitely had a lot of like spaces where he could have healed. He wasn't like always like fighting like constantly, you know, unless you think maybe like Sukuna is just like purposely holding back and it's like he wants to be like missing like 2 arms, I guess, but like no, I don't really think that's the case. Sukuna.
Well, like, and it also says like when he was fighting Yuji and Yuta in the domain, his cursed energy output plummeted from Yuji hitting him.
Yeah, okay, then that would just be the case, yeah. So, again, I would say that basically his output plummets from Yuji hitting him to the point where he basically can't use RCT to heal his body while his heart is injured. And then Yuji, like, stacks, like, 7 black flashes on top of that. And then like Sukuna lands like 2, maybe 3 black flashes and just gains his RCT back. So, and I definitely think that ordinarily the damage that the black flash does is just greater than the gain that you would get from hitting a black flash. So I think that kind of just buys into the idea that Sukuna and Yuji just got stronger.
Well, I would just say like. The only thing, so you could just say that Sukuna healed the soul damage, and then he was able to just use RCT without worrying about the soul damage, and that's why it went faster. Because, like, I'm reading this dialogue right here where, like, the whole time he was fighting Maki, he was using RCT that whole time on his heart, I think. Because Maki says he stopped using reverse curse technique to heal, and then this is right when he hits the black flash. So I think he was using it the whole time. It was just like slower, and it was slower because of like 2 things. One was because of like the soul damage he just took, and then the other one was because his output had dropped. But like you could just say like the point where he regenerates after hitting a black flash, he could still be weaker than he was at the start of the Shinjuku fight. Probably still was, actually. He just didn't have the soul damage anymore.
I think that the idea is just that. What would be the idea to put, like, I just think that, like, Yuji and Sukuna are just, like, equally as weakened, and Yuji just fares just as well as Sukuna. That's kind of where my idea kind of comes from. Maybe I'm not really thinking about this right.
But I would say Yuji definitely is less damaged than Sukuna, because Sukuna also has like the brain damage from RCT replenishing his curse technique. And like there's a picture of like how much that was damaging Gojo, and it's crazy.
I mean, here's like a question is like, what is Yuji's strongest move? And then, like, can that move actually destroy Hakari's brain? Because that's what he needs to actually beat Hakari, is to destroy his brain.
It would probably just be dismantle and then, you know, just his head.
And it also needs to be faster than a lightning bolt from Kashimo, because Hakari took that to the head and still regened it.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. Like, he takes it to the head. I don't know if that was like a full lightning bolt. It was like some level of electricity, and he like shot it out of his nose.
No, I don't think he actually tanks it. what happens is that forget if it's positive or negative charge, but Hakari has like a negative charge in his body, and Kashimo is sending out a positive charge. So what Hakari does is that he snorts out like the negative charge from his like nose, so the electricity just never hits his body. At least that's how I remember it, at least.
Yeah, I thought he just out-healed the damage.
It's like the opposite charge, but because the charge is no longer in his body, it just has nowhere to aim.
Yeah, I think he just out-healed the damage, but I'm not 100% sure. You might be correct with that. And I'm also just looking through the Yuji versus Sukuna fight. I'm trying to see a point where it seems like Sukuna would be stronger than he was at the during the like Yuta domain. I don't think he ever even reaches that level again.
Because originally, I used to just always think Shinjuku's just really like inconsistent, like power scaling wise, and I still kind of do, because I also think Shinjuku should have had like percentage things, kind of like how Mahito said that like Yuji was like 40%, because I would admit it just gets really confusing. But I think I just kind of like, maybe like a forceful way, but I kind of just assumed that like Yuji just gets stronger. Why did I exactly think this? It's alright. How strong do you think Yuta is when he's in Gojo's body?
Hold on, can I ask a question real quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
If we're doing Yuji versus Hakari, right? And he was fighting Orame, right? Which I think is Ice Lady, right? Or Ice Dude, yeah.
Yeah.
Are we comparing Orame to any forms of Sukuna at all? Because I feel like that's the only really scale that.
I mean, it wouldn't. So the way I see it is, it doesn't really matter because Yuji's weaker than every form of Sukuna by like a lot.
Yeah, but so is Arame though. Like Sukuna and Gojo are just so above everybody else. It's not even funny. Like they are on a completely different league. Like even if you wanted to say like maybe there's a weaker version of Kasuna, or it linear scales or it doesn't linear scale, you can say that this Sukuna that they're fighting is probably weaker than every other Sukuna, right? And he's still molly-whopping and washing all of these people at the same time simultaneously.
So like,
you know what I'm saying?
Well,
so if that's the case.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, finish your point.
Like you good. I was saying, like, if that's the case, then maybe we can try to see if Arame scales to like a weaker version, like a 2-finger or 3-finger Sukuna, maybe. I don't know. It's Hakari versus Yuji, so I feel like the best way to just be like look at their abilities and try to continue it that way.
Well, I mean, like, even if we said something like the Urame that Hakari was fighting was like on par with the weakest form of Sukuna that Yuji fought, like, what would we even get from that?
I'd be like, maybe you could say like, because Hakari is, for your point, it'd be like, oh, because Hakari fought that Arume, and let's say that Arume is like equal to like a 15-finger Sukuna, the same 15-finger Sukuna, right? That was fighting Yuji and Maki at the same time. Maybe he's equivalent to that, and then we know Yuji doesn't even stand a chance. So then you could say, I guess you could say like, you know, then Hakari would win it that way. I guess you could say. That's what I'm saying. If that is a thing, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to scale like how strong Urame is. Also, it's
Urame,
like... Oh, go ahead.
Urame does have some impressive feats, though. Like, I'm pretty sure Urame trapped both Yugi and Maki in ice, and when Urame trapped Maki was, like, paying attention and everything, and she has precog, and she still just got caught in the ice and, like, immediately defeated.
Yeah, you can't just straight up say Urame might be stronger than Maki, to be honest. I think
I think Arume is low key like one of the top tiers in the verse. She's just not on like the Sukuna and shit level, but I definitely think she's probably stronger than everybody else. I don't know how she would face against Yuji, but it looked like from that. But now, of course, Yuji got stronger at that point in time because the Yuji that's fighting this Sukuna now is clearly different than the one from there. I don't know how, but he's on a completely different level. Because that Yuji was the same Yuji that was getting bodied by a 15-finger Sukuna that wasn't even like how he is now. And him now is probably way stronger than he was then at that point, considering that he's just mollywopping everybody simultaneously. Like they can barely land a hit on this dude. And they're popping domains and still losing. So I would say like maybe the Yuji now that we're seeing fighting Sukuna is probably equivalent to like Hakari now. And maybe I don't know if they're equal in physical strength. They might be. So at that point, I think it's just an ability-based thing for them. Like who can? Because I feel like equally they might be physically just as strong as each other or on the same level. Physically.
Something I also want to add is that we know that like when Sukuna's heart is in like a worse condition, it obviously like weakens him. We learned this in like what was the arc again? When he was fighting Megami, and we know that literally just before he's about to fight, Gojo, Yuji's like literally just gripping at his heart. He's like literally planning to rip it out. So in all likelihood, this is like nerfed Sukuna versus Gojo.
Nah, I ain't gonna agree with that one, my boy. I ain't gonna lie to you. The Sukuna that fought Gojo was insane, my boy.
I mean, like.
Yeah, Sukuna wasn't nerfed against Gojo at all. But just real quick, so I found this panel here where it says, like, one of the arguments you guys were making is that, like, Sukuna was, like, super strong against Yuji after he did his RCT. But, like, I'm reading it right now. Even after he, like, healed his arms with RCT and got his RCT back, it says his brain was still affected by Unlimited Void. Like, so he was never really, like, actually in a good state. He was always, like, massively nerfed the entire fight. And every time you see Yuji ever hit him, his RCT drops even more. But, like, despite being, like, nerfed by Unlimited Void and having his and having his output, like, keep plummeting, in this fight, he's still, like, beating Yuji up, like, while doing Hollow Wicker Basket. He's using two of his hands, still beating Yuji up.
I agree. I agree with him on that.
Yeah,
I agree with him on that.
And also, it's like Sukuna. Okay, so like, let me put it like this: Sukuna, after he gets his RCT back, he's just beating Yuji up. He's still nerfed by Unlimited Void, and he's like about to win just using two hands, and then Megami like steps back in. Megami like helps Yuji so that Yuji can land a combo on him. If it wasn't for Megami, Yuji probably would have just gotten beaten up by just Sukuna using two hands. So like, nothing I'm seeing Yuji do is really that impressive. If I'm gonna be just straight up honest, I think he's very overrated, bro. I do not think he's that strong.
Yeah, I think, even Megami and then even like Nobara. Even like Nobara helped him at the end, so like if Nobara didn't like magically wake up out of her coma, then Yuji would have also just died.
Yeah, same thing for like Toto coming in and just clapping everybody away and doing all that crazy, insane shit that he did when he got in that fight. You know what I'm saying? So I think it really should be because it is a Hakari versus Yuji. So I feel like as for Sukuna and Gojo, shouldn't even be in the conversation. It should really be like you should be comparing him to like Yuta, because you know Yuta, Hakari, Maki, Yuji, those like the heavy hitters, you know what I'm saying? Or the three-way deadlock, you could say Hakari and Yuji probably would have did some damage when they was in the three-way deadlock, you know what I'm saying? They probably could have held their own. Like Yuji now, of course.
I think the main reason why we're talking about Sukuna is that you can't really just compare these two guys together, because the main person they're scaling off is just Sukuna, because that's who they are fighting.
I mean, the reason you don't scale them off of Sukuna is because no matter how you scale them off of Sukuna that is damaged, right? that is absolutely hurt. He's broken down, his brain hurt, his heart is out of his body, right? Like the man got hit with like Jacob's ladder like 80 times. Like he's fucked, and he's still bodying everybody. That's why there's no point in scaling off of Sukuna when you can scale Hakari, Yuji, Yuta, and them together, because it's been like stated at least that these people are on a similar level. Yuji trying to catch up to Yuta and them. He can't catch up to Gojo and Sukuna. So you might as well scale him with Yuta and them. You get what I'm saying? It makes a lot more sense. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I'm gonna get off call soon, but I just want to ask you one more thing. Isn't it said that like Yuta can't heal like limbs? You know, like Gojo and Sukuna can, right? Like he kind of like runs out of like RCT like really quickly against Ryu and Uro. Because if we can like get an idea of just how much like RCT it takes to heal those kinds of wounds, we can kind of get an idea of how like nerfed Sukuna is, just like using him as a measuring stick to Yuta.
Well, the big thing with Yuta is he's just nowhere near as efficient as like Gojo or Sukuna. So like Yuta, he burned through almost all of his cursed energy in like a chapter fighting against Kuro, Uro, and Ryu. He burned through like almost his entire cursed energy supply that's like bigger than Gojo's, burned through it in like 2 chapters of fighting because he's just very inefficient.
Well, yeah, but we know efficiency is like matched to like strength, of course, right? Like usually he has like really low amounts of CE at like the beginning of the story. Like Todo even points this out, and he's still, you know, very strong.
Well, just another thing I wanted to point out real quick, like the scene we were talking about, because we started like trying to scale Yuji to Sukuna by saying like when Sukuna does RCT again, he should be like on par with the start of Shinjuku Sukuna. But Sukuna was like still beating Yuji up with just 2 hands, and his curse technique was burned out at the same time. So it was literally just raw hand Sukuna against Yuji buffed by his domain, and he was still winning. Like, so like, and every time Yuji hits him, his cursed energy is dropping too. Because like that's another thing we got to factor in is Yuji's domain would buff him. Like you get stronger being in your domain. So it's like Yuji with all the advantages, Sukuna with all the disadvantages, just using 2 hands, no curse technique either, is still like significantly stronger than this Yuji.
I think.
Yeah, I mean, here's another thing, right? Like, just for comparison, I know Gojo in the fight used the red, but like Gojo hit a black flash on Sukuna, and then he passed out for a second, and Yuji hit like 6 in a row, and Sukuna was just fine, and then he like hit him with his own black flash.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I just still haven't really seen Yuji do anything that's like convincing enough to say that he's strong enough to like one-shot Hakari.
I mean, his performance against Sukuna literally proves it.
Yeah, that's what we've been talking about this whole time. Like, Yuji's performance against Sukuna really isn't impressive, bro. It's not that good.
Wait, hold up. One, Lilos, let's not talk about the soul punches like it actually did something in the fight. Like, if you go back to if you want me to, I can give you the chapters of the fight. Literally, it takes to the end of the fight between Yuji and Yuta versus like Sukuna, right? For Sukuna to question the idea of if he's hitting the soul, right? And to give you an idea, Yuji has been hitting him since before Yuta even appeared, tag teaming him multiple times. Yet Sukuna doesn't actually realize this to the end of the domain. So it's not like Yuji punching the soul is actually doing something significant to Sukuna in the first place.
Well, it was making his output plummet. Like, that's what they say. It makes his output plummet. Because with Yuji, he's not actually hitting Sukuna's soul. He's hitting, like, the barrier between Sukuna's soul and Megumi's soul. And that's, like, making Sukuna's output plummet every time Yuji hits him.
That only happens once he's hitting black flashes, right? And prior to him hitting those black flashes, he's still able to keep up with Sukuna.
He's never keeping up with Sukuna, in my opinion.
I mean, I can send you the scans. Like, I know the chapters off of the top of my head. Like,
Yeah, we can.
go
I mean,
get the fights.
we can look at that because
I mean, like,
he's never actually
I-
keeping up with him.
So,
I think
so,
it's the-
so the fight starts on 2:38. If you want to bring it up,
Hold on.
and we can look at it together. The fight starts on 2:38.
After y'all get done doing that, let's hop on like the Yuji versus Hakari thing again. By the way.
Yeah, I mean, I actually do have to get going. Like my schedule for the rest of the day is kind of cooked if I don't leave now.
Oh my god! Every time I join, Lilos wants to leave.
Yeah, you joined like an hour in. I did say at the start of the stream I could only stream an hour, but if I keep going, the rest of my schedule is kind of cooked. Like, I don't know. I might just.
Nah, bro. Finish the stuff you gotta do.
I mean, like I'm just. So here's something. Like I'm looking at Yuji fighting against Sukuna, and he's just. This is when Yuta and him are jumping him in the domain. He says his curse energy output and physical control have plummeted. Like, and something we were just talking about is even at the very end of the fight, when Yuji's at his absolute strongest, he's hit all these black flashes. He has Sukuna in his domain, and Sukuna's just using Hollow Wicker Basket. Yuji's at his absolute strongest, and Sukuna's still just beating him up with two hands. And Sukuna's curse techniques burned out. He's just actually like whooping Yuji. Like
I don't know if Yuji's actually at his absolute strongest at this point.
at the end of the fight, yeah.
He's definitely not.
I mean, definitely not. Yuji's been using things like RCT. He's been trying out new curse techniques that he doesn't have the handle of properly. He had to hold up his own simple domain against Sukuna. He popped
Yeah, but remember when you hit a black flash, it literally recovers all that shit. So
it
he
doesn't
literally
recover.
hit black flash.
It doesn't recover all that. Actually, to the point of it not recovering all that, Gojo hits 3, and Gojo still isn't recovered by the end of his fight with Sukuna.
But like Yuji's also buffed by his domain too. Like what I'm saying.
But Yuji.
Oh, go ahead.
Yuji's also been taking a beating more than his body can actually handle. It's just the idea that Yuji can push through that pain barrier. So there's a difference between his physical body actually being up to par to what it usually can output, and him just pushing through like his actual capabilities.
Like I might need to do a separate stream just on Yuji. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. But like, yeah, I do think Yuji's kind of overhyped. But I do have to get going. I got to get going. So I'm gonna close out the stream here, but I'll do another one of these because I want to talk more about Yuji.
Just know in Yuji's fight, I'll say one last thing to you. In Yuji and Yuta's fight against Sukuna, Yuji and Yuta are low-key portrayed as relative, with Yuta having a little bit of an edge, and then like Yuji just gets massively stronger from there, fighting things like RCT and his domain, and I just don't think there's a way to prove that Hakari literally has anything to damage Yuji enough to like knock him out while Yuji's also performing RCT on himself.
Yeah, it's just I don't think Yuji has anything in his arsenal to kill Hakari, and Yuji's stamina's limited. Meanwhile, like Hakari can just continually hit jackpots. So I think it's just eventually Yuji's just going to lose. And I think overall their actual stats are relative. Except Yuji has better durability.
Yeah, no, I don't think Hakari's stats are relative to Yuta. Yuta in base thinks that Hakari is weaker than him, so I don't know.
But like so there's different ways you can interpret the statement. He said when he gets going, he's stronger than I am. You could just say that means when Hakari gets angry.
That's not what he said. Whoa. Lilos, that's not what he says. He says when he's on a roll, he's probably stronger than him. Meaning Yuta questions that idea, and he referenced himself as a solo entity, where throughout the entire series, I can bring up like every single statement. Every time Yuta references Rika, he references her as a separate being, and he'll reference himself as himself. So when he says he's probably stronger than him, right, when he's on a roll, that's indicative of the idea of Yuta without Rika, and without the second wind, maybe being weaker than a multi-jackpot Hakari.
I mean, or you could just hold on. Let me pull up the actual panel.
With
which is a Hakari refreshing multiple times.
So no,
Meaning that like
it-
Yuta's base stats would be massively or a pretty good amount above Hakari.
so it actually just says when he gets worked up, he's stronger than I am. So you could say that just means when he's angry.
But not in the TCB version. I can bring up the TCB version. I mean, unless you think that like Viz is a better translation than TTB, which is low-key like a crazy take.
I don't think it is, but there is actually like one or two occasions where Viz actually did better than TCB. One of them is when like the scene where Yuta chops Kenjaku's head off. There's a sound effect that's supposed to signify that Toto clanged the like vibra slap and it teleported Yuji again. So in the Viz they have like a clanging sound, but in the TCB they thought it was a slash, like they just got it wrong. So there is actually sometimes where Viz outperforms TCB, and this might be one of them, to be honest.
I don't know, man. That's crazy because I mean, in the end of the day, I think it leads up to like when Yuta is right because when Gojo goes with Kenjaku, he's like, "Yo, bro, you're gonna get cooked by Yuta, right?" When they need saving against Sukuna, they're like, "Okay, we gotta bring out Yuta." When Sukuna sees Yuta even after fighting Maki, he's like, "Yo, Yuta, lock in. You're their last chance." Right? Like,
But it's also because Hakari was the one who had to fight Urarame, and
I mean, you mean like lose to Urarame? Like that
he
was crazy.
he definitely did not lose because Urarame couldn't get past him. Like he like forced Urarame to be completely out of the fight for like 30 chapters. Urarame could not get past him.
He was rolling jackpot multiple times. Meaning at one point, bro was losing that fight, and by the last scene, he had just gotten out of jackpot again. And like, if Uraume would have continued that fight, she probably would have got to it.
Well, the thing is, like, just because Hakari gets hit by something doesn't mean like he's being outscaled by it, because he knows he can regen. So he kind of fights like Majin Buu, like he lets himself be hit by stuff.
No, I'm not.
Here's what I wanted to say real quick was that like Gojo literally said to Yuta and Hakari, or I think he said it to Yuta at least, he was like, "Listen, don't jump in unless I'm weaker than you and Hakari." So even Gojo, who can like see people's cursed energy, thinks that Yuta and Hakari are pretty much equal.
Yeah, that's true. Unless you think Gojo only looked at Hakari and Jackpot, ignored him every other instant for a month. Oh, also, one other thing I wanted to say is Kenjaku considers Hakari a heavy hitter, but like I don't know if Kenjaku's ever even seen Jackpot.
He's definitely he definitely knows. He's definitely.
Well, how would he know?
Bro, well, like Hakari's whole thing is like being underground or whatever, sure, but like Hakari's definitely not like gonna be based off of what is it called? Based off of his base form when they talk about like him being somebody that they need on their side. Also, Hakari fights Kashimo, and I doubt that like Kenjaku isn't viewing the games because we see him do it. So.
Yeah, but like, was there any cursed spirits around during that fight?
I mean, I would just assume like one, Kenjaku's an intelligent guy, and two, Hakari is gonna be like one of his main adversaries, right? So why wouldn't he be paying attention to that?
But so that's a big point right there. If you really think if you really think Hakari is a main adversary to someone as strong as Kenjaku, then I don't see how he can't be relative to Yuta.
Wait. A main adversary, I don't I think it's the heavy hitters thing. Like I think people use heavy hitters to assume those three are relative, but it's an issue of like, hey, if Gojo goes down, these are the next three people we have to worry about, in the sense of like these are the next three strongest. I don't think that means like Hakari's gonna have some relative battle with Kenjaku or something. I just think that it means that these are people they have to be wary of because they are the next thing, meaning they can cause problems, especially working in tandem together.
Yeah, I don't know. I think just the fact that he lists Hakari is kind of crazy. He doesn't list Kashimo.
Who else is he gonna list? Who else does he list?
He could list Kashimo, and like the fact that I mean, he's crazy, dude. Like Hakari's really strong. Like I think he just gets slept on because he doesn't get shown off much.
Wait, I don't think Kenjaku knows that Kashimo's gonna work with them, and two, like Kashimo doesn't work with them, right? He goes immediately to have his 1v1 with Sukuna, right? And he's also not a part of like their group. He's just some random sorcerer walking around. That's like saying, oh, he could have included Ryu or something, right? Like these are people who are actually adversaries. He actually has like a binding vow with Kashimo, saying that Kashimo has to go ahead and fight Sukuna anyways. Like it's not like Sukuna's some threat. Kashimo's some threat. Like he's gonna eventually die to Sukuna.
Yeah, but he knows how strong Kashimo is, though. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but again, I don't think he views Kashimo as somebody who's actually gonna like try to get in his way.
But
Kashimo
also,
isn't even that type of person.
He doesn't have to. If he views Kashimo and them on a similar level, he doesn't have to. He don't have to be an adversary for him to view them as the same. He could just be like, damn.
No, because my point of the heavy hitters specifically is the idea that heavy hitters is a term given to these people because these are their main adversaries. Whereas Kashimo wouldn't really care to fight Kenjaku, right? Like Kashimo only cares about fighting Sukuna. So like, there's no reason for Kenjaku to sit there and be like, Kashimo's a heavy hitter, right? Like his whole thing is like worrying about who actually affects his plans. Whereas Kashimo doesn't really do that. Kashimo's just going to try to fight Sukuna when he gets the chance. And he already knew Kashimo was going to get cut. So.
One second.
What about Gojo's thing on a similar level then?
Well, one second, guys. I'd like to let Professor Fiction go. I think he wanted to say something real quick. I'm not sure if he's still here.
Not necessity. Prof, you steal my JJK killing.
I'm just rage baiting necessity, bro. I'm just here for the fireworks.
Oh, no worries.
No,
I'm not even saying something you disagree with.
No, because you were straight capping though. You were straight capping though just there.
When?
Because you were okay. You were arguing that Kenjaku should know about Jackpot because he observes the culling games, but then you say, he doesn't know that Kashimo's joined their side when that happened in the same fight. Wait, no,
that's not what I said.
What'd you say?
If that's what you thought I was saying, no. All I was saying was that I don't think he views Kashimo as somebody who's actually going to, like, try to specifically attack Kenjaku's plans. I think he just views Kashimo as somebody who's joining their side to get the opportunity to fight Sukuna after Gojo dies.
Okay. I don't think Kenjaku. Kenjaku may have specifically viewed the fight with Hakari because he does view Hakari that way, but I don't think he just like knows everything about the culling game. That's the only thing I wanted to bring up.
I don't think he knows everything, but I do think it would be weird if like his main adversaries are fighting and he's like, nah, let me not tune into that, John. Like,
yeah, no, I wasn't actually gonna say anything. I just rage bait necessity whenever he starts talking. Actually, whenever he talks about anything for that matter, I just rage bait.
Bro, I like you're doing this when you know the last few times you've been in here, I haven't even been saying anything that crazy for real. Like,
yeah. So like overall, my stance on it is I just don't think Yuji's displayed anything that would imply he's strong enough to kill Hakari.
I mean, like, you don't think like his world cutting slash would like kill him, or not world cutting slash, but like his slashes can like kill him?
Not really, because Sukuna said that his slashes were weaker than his punches. He said they were less of a threat than his punch was. So they're not that strong. They're like still a new CT to him.
But it's like a less, but still hurting Sukuna. But like, let's not act like Yuji has baby punches, right? Like Yuji pre-war arc or like final battle arc, like is relative to Maki and punch hit strength, and like I think he gets massively stronger, and then he can FRSS himself or whatever, like add blood. So I don't know.
I mean, he's decent. He's decently strong.
He's not lying about that because everybody was glazing this man. Even Maki was glazing this man. Yuta was glazing him, even though Yuta got like damn near super strength. All these characters got super strength is glazing this man Yuji about how strong he is. Everybody, they're like, goddamn.
I mean, the way I see it, it's not a big deal because like, so Yuji himself says like, no matter how hard Hakari hits you, his attacks hurt because of the property of his cursed energy. And then like they all get stronger. Like they all improve their cursed energy reinforcement over a month, like including Hakari. So like he's even stronger than he was when he was like beating Yuji up. So I don't know. I just think he's kind of crazy and like very underrated.
I don't think he was beating Yuji Yuji up. Like, he tried to headbutt Yuji, and Yuji tanked that to the chin.
I mean, Yuji took a lot of damage, and Hakari took exactly 0.
Was that way before? Was that way before Hakari trained him? Because Hakari was the one that trained him, right?
No. It was a group of people. But hold up. Wait, Lilos, I have a question. Do you think Maki's physically stronger than Hakari?
Honestly, even that's debatable. To me, that's the sad truth, because
Okay, but you think they're pretty equal, right?
So honestly, I was thinking about it. Hakari might. This will sound kind of crazy. Hakari might just be a little faster than Maki too, because like Maki was out there getting blitzed by Frost Calm, but like Hakari wasn't.
Well, we don't know that. We just don't know.
I mean, like if he did, how would the fight be going still? Like how could he?
Hold on. I can't allow Maki slander. Hold on.
Right.
I mean, it's really bad for her too, because like Frost Calm, like Maki should have precog specifically for that, because it's freezing the air and Maki can like feel the air, but still got frozen by it. So it's like, but Hakari didn't.
Hold on. There's a very easy way to rationalize this. If you agree that Frost Calm, what it does is it freezes the air, then you basically have to react to it prior to its activation or before it reaches you, in which that is the maximum output of Frost Calm. And if it's not just ice generating, but literally just freezing the air, then the maximum output would just be the largest amount of ice, which I think is shown visually. Whereas what we saw from Araume fighting Hakari was mainly Araume getting up close and using Frost Calm at close range, whereas Maki was just hit by this giant ice cube that engulfed her before she could move out of the way. And it's not like we can't even prove it did any damage or anything. So like Maki comes out of it virtually unscathed. So like the fact that it does damage to Hakari, whereas a max output, she kind of walks out of it,
Not only that, if the air is specifically freezing, then her precognition is being taken away. Because the way air works is if it's being frozen, it's going to be a more instantaneous thing. So, like, it's not like she'd actually be able to react, because the thing she's reacting from is being frozen. Like, there is no air.
I mean, like, one thing I wanted to say, like, I saw Restless Gambler, like, brought this point up. He said something like, if you look at Udarame's fight with Hakari, every time he gets actually damaged and regens from it, he loses a piece of his clothes. But like they fight for a while off screen and then they flash back to him and he's lost none of his clothes. So that means like he was reacting to Udame for a while. And I'm actually okay, like this is actually a crazy scene. So I'm looking at it right now, right? Like he gets hit by the first Frost Calm, and then when he regens, you can see his like he lost a sleeve. So that shows you like he got damaged and his sleeve was blown off. And then he gets a piece of his body blown off, he heals, and then that piece of his jacket's missing there. But they've been fighting for a while, none of his clothes were missing at first. But the big thing is like there's this scene right here where Udarame's is about to launch the next Frost Calm and he blitzes Udarame before it hits him. This is really bad for Maki. That's a point I got from Restless Gambler. This is actually terrible for Maki, I'm not gonna lie.
That's not even bad for Maki, because Maki, it wasn't like Maki was battling Uraume. She was battling 15 Finger Sukuna. Uraume jumped them in the middle of their battle, like just came out of nowhere and did the Frost Calm specifically to block off Maki. And specifically, I don't think it's like a thing of where Uraume is like getting like consistently blitzed throughout the battle, because that can't be the case. Because the entire time they're fighting Sukuna, Uraume and Hakari are fighting, right? So, like, they have to be somewhat relative in speed. So it's not that, like, oh, Uraume came out of somewhere and just blitzed Maki or something, or that Hakari has to be a speed blitz above Uraume. That just doesn't make sense, because Uraume is specifically fighting with Hakari for an long period of time. Maki's over here literally fighting 15 Finger Sukuna, 16 Finger Sukuna, and then gets randomly jumped by Uraume.
But she has precog, though.
I think a good way to rationalize this is pretty just like, again, like to bring up the AoE of the attacks, like more output in this case being like more range. And like Lelos, I think you can look at it pretty simply as like, hey, Kashimo was able to dodge Sukuna's world cutting slash, but he can't dodge a trillion slashes making a giant web. So like, yeah, Hakari can dodge Araume getting at really close range, but can Hakari dodge a giant, all-encompassing frost column at full power? You know, it's. I don't think it's the same thing to make that kind of comparison.
I don't know. I think it's definitely worth mentioning because like. So basically, you guys were saying you think that this frost calm he's reacting to is slower than like the max power one.
Yeah. Not only that.
Okay. I don't think it's necessarily slower. It's just that it's a much wider range, you know? So, like, okay, Maki does react to Araume because Maki just does see Araume, right? So they do know Araume is about to activate the technique. But it's not like Araume shot like an icicle the size of a normal person. Araume literally engulfed the entire city block in Frost Calm. If Maki doesn't have the travel speed to evade that, then like there's nothing she can really do about that. And we only see Hakari directly interacting with lesser versions, you know, like, oh, she'll freeze his body, she'll freeze a building. And then the rest of the fight happens off screen where it's like, oh, Araume could freeze a bunch more and then Hakari just like breaks out of it or something. It could be it's a little more unquantifiable. But I'm just saying that Maki would have had to move a lot more than Hakari did.
But like, but why doesn't Urarame pull that off against Hakari? It's because Urarame can't. Like, you know, like the fact that the fact that at the end of their fight they fought for over 20 chapters and that never happens to him, that would imply like he's blitzing Urarame many times.
No.
If that just is an instant win condition.
You're going off an assumption.
Well, no, what?
Like that's a crazy assumption of doom and despair. We don't know that she doesn't necessarily like hit him with something else. Like just because there's no like extra indicator of clothing. Like one, we know the story was rushed at the end. Like Gege admits that multiple times. That's also why we don't see most of the battle. And two, that doesn't mean that his other pieces of him were ripped off that were already ripped off before. And three, it doesn't mean that she didn't try something like that and he just like walked around it, and that could also be an issue of why the battle took so long, right? Like we don't know. Like there can be so many other possibilities that happen other than, oh yeah, Hakari was just speed blitzing her. But like I guess Uraume has like crazy durability, and Hakari's punch, yeah, that joint trash. Like,
well, I'm going to be honest here. Like, this statement from Urarame kind of destroys that argument really bad, because Urarame says to Hakari, "You're different. I don't consider you human anymore, so I'll crush you with everything I have." Says, like, so you could make an argument that from here on out, Urarame's using her strongest stuff possible, and it still doesn't beat Hakari. I don't know. Like,
that's also insane glaze from a character from the Heian era to be like, this dude isn't even human.
Yeah, that's crazy. Damn, I didn't know that was.
Her saying he isn't human doesn't matter, because once again, sure, she was going all out, but it doesn't make sense for Hakari not to be going all out in this battle, and it's unlike his character not to be going all out in the first place. So they're both going all out, being relative. There's no issue with that.
So the reason it doesn't matter though, Kenny, is because like regardless, she already said she's going all out versus him, and if he's going all out, then you can just be on a similar level. But when she pulled up on Sukuna and them, right, she just popped some random shit and was just standing there chilling. Like she didn't
again, specifically, Frost Calm was done off guard. She pulls up out of nowhere. That's one. Two, it's not like Maki got damaged by Frost Calm or something, right? All that happens is she's just unable to go track Sukuna down because he's too far away. Like, it's not like, oh yeah, Maki got like one shot by this. No, she dodges the attack actually.
Well, here's the big thing I want to...
I can give you this though. We know that Arume, right, will fight for Sukuna. So if she felt like them two was really a threat, then she would have went out of her way to go all out versus them two right there on the spot, right? Rather than
literally,
just,
wait. That's what she said.
Wait, let me finish.
I'm gonna debunk you because she said that.
Wait, let me finish.
She says in the chapter that's why she did that.
Why? Because it was a threat?
Yes, she literally says that.
Okay, even then, that's why I said let me finish. And I was gonna say, or it could be that she just thought all she had to do was just encase them in some ice and that's it.
I mean,
And
she
she
was
was good.
just trying to get Sukuna away. Like, her goal wasn't to engage in battle with them, right? It was just to help Sukuna out and get him away, which is what this did. Like, if she would have stayed and fought, right, the battle would have just been elongated, and who knows what would have happened, right? Sukuna just got into this new body. He was already having lower output. Maki had the soul katana. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, so even then, that's what I'm saying. Like, so by the statements of what you just said, it would be she should do the same exact thing to Hakari, freeze him to a bunch of ice, and get to Sukuna. Because Sukuna at this point, right, was getting hit with Jacob's ladder. He was getting hit with all type of shit. She still had the Soul Katana there, and he was getting jumped. So it would make more sense for her.
that doesn't make sense because in the same time it would take to her to try to get to Sukuna. Hakari could go ahead and go stop her. That's the whole point of Hakari being there, is to stop her from helping Sukuna. Right?
Wait, real quick.
I'm not understanding what I'm saying. Based on the logic that you were using, right, of her being like, "Oh, I'm just stopping Maki and them," right? It's the same logic applies to it. The same logic applies to when he was fighting Hakari. Sukuna was still in trouble, just like he was beforehand. You could say she had the Soul Katana. You could say whatever you wanted to. He was still in trouble, if not worse now, because he's worse off than he was back then, right? So he's getting jumped by everybody. It makes a lot more sense for her to be there, or him to be there right now, to help Sukuna deal with everybody else. So why didn't he just do the same exact thing to Hakari as he did to Maki?
Because the same time it would have taken them to do the Frost Calm and try to go to Sukuna, at the same time it would take Hakari to also reach wherever the point is Uraume is going.
Hey, hold on, you guys. Hold up, you guys. One thing I want to say is, like, the fact that Uraume says to Hakari, "You're different. I don't consider you human anymore." You could also use this to argue that this is more evidence of Jackpot Hakari being above Yuta.
I mean, if you really want to go there, right? Like, you could also glaze Maki and then glaze Yuta off of that, right? Like, one, Maki doesn't think that that's true, and two, you could be like, oh yeah, like, you know, Naoya, bro, he thinks Toji might just be like Gojo level. Like, who knows, bro?
Yeah, but like Maki and Hakari have like beef with each other. Like, they just like dislike each other.
What makes you say that?
Like, every time she talks about him, she's like insulting him. She like really doesn't like him. They have like some
When did
beef.
she ever insult him?
I'm pretty sure like every time she ever speaks about him, she's like
I
insulting.
think she literally only says factual things about him. Like, oh yeah, he's a gambler and he gets high off of fighting. Oh, are you gonna say Hakari doesn't do those things? Like, I don't know.
No, I think she like calls him an idiot. Like, here, I could go back. And look.
Hakari's an idiot.
Like, she just like she talks about him completely differently than, and she clearly like likes Yuta, so she like upscales Yuta. Like, she's like,
I mean, again, Yuta himself thinks like base to base that's a close fight, bro. Like,
yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, Hakari is a lot stronger than people think he is, and the fact that he did way better against Uraume than Maki did is kind of crazy.
Maki didn't fight Uraume. He
Ura,
didn't fight.
I mean,
Slander cannot stand.
she got kind of blitzed. I mean, she got blitzed, man. I don't know what.
It was barely an interaction.
Like, I can pull up the chapter. Like, she gets blitzed by her, bro. I mean,
Yeah, you can pull it up. I'm gonna tell you what chapter it happens on if you like. Like,
I forget what chapter.
What are we talking about? It's 213. Go to 213.
Yeah, doesn't she just get blitzed, bro?
It's 213 to 215. So, like, see, I know the full chapter. So, I don't know, bro.
Oh yeah, I think it is
215. Yeah, I didn't think so.
I think it's 215. Yeah. But it's like the fact that she got precog, like the argument of her getting snuck is like not very strong, especially since it's affecting the air. Like,
wait, if the air's being frozen, then she has nothing to sense.
wait a minute. Do they look at Uraume before? I think they look at Uraume do it, bro. Is this silhouette Uraume? Oh, it is. Okay, guys, I think we gotta stop right here. She looks at Uraume.
Oh no! Slander cannot stand.
She looks right at her, bro. She's looking straight at. What is this? She got snuck nonsense.
Hakari and Kashimo are cracked. Maki is trash.
Maki's not trash. I'm just saying, like, this is seriously like a good argument for Hakari being above Maki. Like, she looks like, you see this is not Sukuna, because Sukuna looks over, he's like, oh, like, who's this? And then it's just Urarame standing in front of her. And then she does Frost Calm. Maki gets hit by this, but Hakari never gets hit.
They were mid-fight, and she was already charging up her attack, and she was literally just standing there. And then she shoots it off. That's like 3 city blocks of range, right?
But what I'm saying is, like, Urarame straight up word for word says, I'm going to use everything I can against you, Hakari. And Hakari never gets frozen like that. Like, and the other thing is, she straight up says, Hakari, you're different. I don't consider you human. Even though Urarame saw Maki.
She never fought Maki though. Like,
she hits Maki with this.
What's her with that? Mean about her fighting Maki?
I mean, like, it's someone that she's engaged in combat with.
Oh, I mean, bro, like her engaging in combat with. That's not even engaging in combat with Maki. Maki didn't even throw a punch. Ref.
It's because she she got blitzed, bro. She couldn't throw a punch.
Yeah, I never thought I'd see this piece defend our
I'm just saying, like, I'm really starting to think Hakari scales above Maki for sure.
Wait, Hakari doesn't even scale to the Sukuna that Maki fought. Like, what are we doing?
I'm just saying, his feats against the same character is a lot better, bro.
Like, for example, Sukuna speed blitzes Ryu. Ryu's relative with Yuta, if not above, and Yuta's above Maki. And my glorious queen Maki, is above Hakari, and my glorious queen Maki is over here going blow for blow with Sukuna.
I mean, like, win. Like, against Maguna, the 10...
You said a whole lot of shit with that one. I don't know what you were going on with that one. I don't know.
You don't remember when Sukuna speed blitzed Ryu?
Well, yeah, he, like, one-shot Ryu, low-diffed him.
That part's alright.
And then all I said was that, like, Maki was keeping up with this Sukuna. Yuta is weaker than or equal to Ryu. And Yuta's stronger than Hakari.
No. The Sukuna that Maki fought was 10%. Against Ryu...
That was only 10% output of his actual cleave and dismantle. I don't think you could prove that that's his physical strength.
Well, no, because he said this body resists me. He didn't just say, oh man, my cleaves are only 10%. He said this body in general.
Can just be like Megumi specifically resisting his curse technique. If anything, right, 10% is less than 3 fingers worth, right? Yet Megumi thinks that like 3 fingers of Sukuna is probably equal to Toji in speed. If not, Toji might be that.
So, I mean, if the fingers scale linearly, like 10% of... Let me think. What is 10% of 15? Is that 1.5?
Wait, hold on. Wait, keep in mind, it's only 10% right when he's about to attack someone. It's not 10% at all times. Do keep that part in mind.
Also, on top of that, Megumi just says he might be faster, so it could just be the case that he was faster. Like... I don't think Toji was going all out.
He actually does say his physical movement seems to be fine.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, literally, like, 15-finger Sukuna, right? Or 16-finger, whatever. It's like speed blitzing Ryu. Yeah, Maki's keeping up blow for blow. Like, and if you're not saying Ryu's on the same speed tier as, like, Hakari, we might be delusional.
Yeah, I don't know about Ryu. I mean... I think Hakari kind of bullies him. I think Hakari would bully Ryu.
What? We can't be for real. That's a crazy statement.
I mean,
Ryu who's stronger than Yuta?
I mean, if you think about it, like, Yuta fought Ryu 1v1 for like 5 pages and he lost. So, like, I mean, and that was before the 1 month of trading. So, like, yeah, he probably gets bullied.
Also, Hakari, like, he fought Kashimo, who was explicitly the strongest person person in the same era as Ryu, and he beat Kashimo.
That's not explicitly stated. That's not explicitly stated.
If anything, they're like, yo, Ryu's stronger than you, bro. Why don't you just play him? And Kashimo's like, you know what? Actually, I'm sick right now.
Kashimo's literally dying, like fucking
Yeah.
Whitebeard.
Yeah, he was like really old and dying in that scene. But
But still, it's just stated Ryu had more output than him. So like, Ryu's blast might just be stronger than Kashimo's lightning. Like,
Ryu has more output than Sukuna too. Like the output isn't the only thing that determines how powerful your attacks are.
I mean, what else do you think determines how powerful your attacks are?
I think that output might just be a percentage and efficiency effects. I think.
In fairness, the statement about Ryu having the most output would not apply to Sukuna. But also, in regards to what Ceci was saying, output, like pure cursed energy output, is not the same as like a technique or like a trait, which is like what Kashimo has. So like, you can have lesser output, but like by putting that lesser output into a technique, it can yield greater results than just output.
I believe that could be the case. I just think it's very weird considering like the idea that Ryu kind of took over, right? With Kashimo and like Kenjaku being like, yo, you should probably just go fight this guy, right? Like, I do think that it's just specifically saying that Ryu did have stronger attacks than him. Not only that, I don't know, like, Kashimo might be Panda's here anyways. But that's like a different conversation for another day.
I think, to be honest, something, this might be a hot take. I think Kashimo cooks Yuji as well.
That's spicy. Oh my god.
Yeah, I really do. I actually don't even know if he needs Mythical Beast Amber. That like lightning bolt he did that blew up Hakari's head, like that would just kill Yuji. Nothing implies Yuji could dodge that. Like I actually don't. I can't think of a single thing that implies Yuji could dodge that.
I don't know the fact that he fought Sukuna and Sukuna was dodging it, but not just any Sukuna. Wait. Let me make it clear. It's a three-eyed, one-arm, one-foot Sukuna that dodges it.
Dude,
Like-
Kashimo was kind of beating up the like beat up Sukuna. Sukuna transformed because Kashimo was attacking.
Yeah, let's
At
actually.
least in
I can go ahead and
Mythical
look.
Beast Amber, he was.
Yeah, I think he actually was.
He was still taking attacks to the chin and dodging them
I'm actually-
without a foot.
I'm gonna look at that real quick. I mean, like that
The fight-
Sukuna was very nerfed. Like the one after fighting
The fight
Gojo.
happens on 237.
Yeah, that Sukuna was super nerfed. Like this is like 1 HP Kuna. That's kind of how I view him.
And he was still taking attacks and dodging. Yes. Do something.
So I'm looking at 1 HP Sukuna versus Kashimo right now. I think he activates Mythical Beast Amber immediately. Yeah, he does. He activates it immediately, and he's just kind of beating Sukuna up a little bit. But no, Sukuna does dodge him, but he is kind of getting beaten up.
I mean, wait, he's dodging with 1 foot.
Yeah, this is 1 HP Kuna, but he's still kind of getting beaten up. Like
You know what-
Mythical Beast
you know
Amber
what-
might have killed him, bro, if he didn't transform.
A stronger Sukuna couldn't dodge the left-right Yuji combo. Like, unless you think 15-finger or 16-finger Sukuna was weaker than the Sukuna Kashimo fought there.
Wait,
Which is such a
you said
ridiculous-
15-finger Sukuna is weaker than the one Sukuna fought?
No, I said that I think that the 16-finger Sukuna that Yuji fought is stronger than the, like, beaten up, 1 hand, 1 foot, 3-eyed Sukuna that, like, Kashimo fights.
Yeah, I think so, maybe.
And yet Kashimo was failing to land hits? Like, come on. Come on.
Let me see.
Kashimo is not him.
Like
Kashimo is struggling against Panda.
every punch he throws lands.
I'm pretty sure he does like a shockwave thing, and like Sukuna can dodge it. And just so we're clear, he lands punches and Sukuna eats them up.
That's true. Also, hold on. It looks, okay. I actually might have just unlocked the ultimate Kashimo upscale. So that lightning bolt thing that he did that blew up Hakari's brain, it looks like he does the same thing to Sukuna, and right as it's about to hit Sukuna, that's when Sukuna transforms. You could argue that Kashimo was just actually gonna win.
Wait. Oh, okay, sure. Maybe.
Like, I've never thought about this before.
If Sukuna could beat, like, baby, coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb, battle, like, kinda not supported. But that means that Sukuna tanked Kashimo's strongest attack, and Yuji is more durable than Sukuna. So, I would just really like to know, what is Kashimo hitting Yuji with again?
No, I don't think Yuji's more durable than Sukuna at all, because Sukuna, his cursed energy reinforcement's insane. But
I mean, do
like,
you think it's a big difference? Do you think that
yes,
there's a
yes, because I mean that's pretty much proven. No, it's pretty much proven that it's a big difference, because like we have statements where Yuta says like if it wasn't for Gojo, Sukuna would have one-shot both of us. But Yuji's like not one-shotting Sukuna.
Okay, so one, durability does not equal EP, right? Like,
well, it comes from cursed energy reinforcement.
Huh?
It's your cursed energy reinforcement. That's your strength and defense.
Wait. I don't think that's necessarily true, because specifically for Yuji, he has a altered body. So like, just because for everybody else they might have a very similar AP and defense, doesn't equate to the idea that Mr. Genetically enhanced over here is also going to have the same punch and resistance strength, right? Like the two don't necessarily correlate. I specifically think Yuji's body is meant to be leagues more durable than he can like punch, right? That's actually the whole point of his body in the first place, is that it actually is already supposed to be super strong even in sorcerer standards before he gets cursed energy in the first place.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's all debatable, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, we kind of went on a tangent, but I do definitely think Kashimo's above Yuji as well, especially with like what he just did to Maguna.
What did you relative fight?
Dude, Mythical Beast Amber Kashimo might be like number 3 out here.
He might be.
I could have taken that Maguna.
I mean, yeah, it's 1 HP. It's 1 HP. It's 1 HP Maguna, but if you drop Yuji down there, he does not have to transform, bro. He would just cook him. Like,
you throw Yuji down there, he doesn't get the chance to transform. Like,
no, Yuji, I think. I really think
it's a stronger Maguna.
Oh yeah, Bromish, you're right. You said Lilo's late to whatever he's got to do. Oh yeah, my schedule's cooked. I'm not even gonna go. I had something I had to do at like 15 minutes ago. I already missed it. It's too late now, so I'm just committing to it. But
I almost forgot you had it.
Oh yeah, no, it's fine. No, it's fine. I just like made the commitment that I'm just gonna miss it. It's all good. But yeah, so just overall, like my consensus is like, I think Hakari would beat Yuji, and I also think Kashimo would beat Yuji, and I don't even know if Kashimo needs Mythical Beast Amber. I think, like, honestly, like this Sukuna, he had the lightning bolt curse technique. It wouldn't do anything to Gojo, but it does everything to everyone else other than Gojo and Kashimo. I think it would cook Yuji.
It would be like a hilarious debate almost, or not even a debate, just a post or something, is like, can Yuji beat any of the heavy hitters? Like any of the special grade people? Can he beat any of them?
Joke's on you, Yuji actually 1v3s down, but that's like a different conversation.
I mean, like when I did the poll, it was like 90% of people just said Yuji would win.
Yeah, because he does. Like, I genuinely think that not only is Yuji faster and stronger than, like, Hakari, but Yuji just has like more tools in his kit to actually kill Hakari, whether that be piercing blood or his even dismantle, his domain expansion. Like, by the way, if Hakari gets unlucky at any point and just like can't open his domain, right? Or loses his domain, or his domain runs out or whatever, and Yuji pops his domain, there's just nothing Hakari does. He loses.
But like, it's just pretty much every time Hakari ever needs his domain, it just works. It pretty much just always works.
I mean, there are times where it just doesn't like pop out.
But so, yeah, I mean, overall, I just don't see a way Yuji can even win. Like, I actually don't see any win condition.
I mean, he's just faster and stronger, punches him in the throat and like knocks him out.
I mean, I don't see what makes him faster or stronger when he was slower and weaker before the training arc, and then Hakari just gets stronger during the training arc too.
So like we could go feat for feat. So like I do think that like Kashimo's stronger than Hakari, or like equal to Hakari, in his mythical beast amber state. I think that like Gerber baby Sukuna pushes Kashimo to get to that state. I think later on, Yuji's able to damage Sukuna where Kashimo couldn't. So I think that most likely Yuji has the AP to be able to one-shot or heavily damage Hakari multiple times, enough to kill him even in domain.
Wait, so sorry. What? So okay. So what feats does Yuji perform that makes you think he's above Hakari exactly? Like, what feat on what page? I can look at it. We can analyze it.
Yeah, we could go to it. What Yuji? Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm gonna pull up the page, but Yuji versus Sukuna happens around like 238, and Yuta pops in probably at like 247.
247. Wait, so you're talking about? You said you want me to go to chapter 247?
247. Higuruma dies. 248. Yuji has his like 101, and then Yuta pops in. I was one chapter off, sorry, but Yuji I think is able to keep up with Sukuna for most of his interactions with him. I'll send scans.
He's just kind of getting cooked the whole time, to be honest, bro. Like every time. So I'm looking at chapter 247. Yuji tries to fight Sukuna for like a split second. He just grabs him, cleaves him, and just says, "Bro, you're trash. Get out of here." Like Yuji was about to die.
He ends up from the cleave, though.
But like,
good night, guys.
hey, what's up? How's it going, bro? But Yuji himself says like this attack would have killed him. Yeah, Kingdom, we're doing Hakari versus Yuji. So far, like, I'm just saying my stance on it. I think Hakari just beats him. I don't see anything Yuji's ever displayed that would like make him strong enough to actually kill Hakari. But what's your stance on that?
It's kind of tricky, but considering the fact that I think his state is RCT surpasses both Gojo and Sukuna, if I'm correct. Yeah, I don't really see how Yuji would be able to overcome that barrier. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, no, that's kind of what I think. I mean, like, my honest thoughts on it. I think the only stat Yuji has better than Hakari is durability, but like Hakari makes up for that with regen. Like I'm not even sure if Yuji's biggest thing is strength, and I don't even know if Yuji has more strength or speed than Hakari. I don't even know if he does.
Yeah.
Especially with like we were talking about it earlier, you can scale Hakari off of Udarame's Frost Calm, because we see Maki gets blitzed by Frost Calm, but then Hakari blitzes Udarame's Frost Calm like mid-fight.
What chapter was that? Let me just go take a peep at it. I can't remember the fight between these both.
I forgot to.
Wait, what fight?
Hakari versus Udarame.
It's not really a fight, but Hakari versus Urame, like the sharp bit of it.
We were.
I actually don't even know the chapters to those because like they're just like once in a blue moon.
Oh, I found it. I'm on it on the stream. It's 2:45.
So you're-
Just so we're clear, I sent in chat.
Let's pull up the
I
stream.
sent in chat times that could be shown to be like Yuji/Yuta being relative to Sukuna, or
In
more
speed?
relative to Sukuna than Kashimo ever portrayed.
You mean in speed, or you just mean overall and everything?
Overall, I think in everything.
So this is like the scene where like they're fighting the 15 or 16 finger Maguna and they're like boxing him. I
I'm
can.
gonna pull up the stream right now because I wasn't on it. Let me
Oh,
see.
no, that's fine. I have it on stream right here. This is the scene where Hakari blitzes Frost Calm. But like, so here's the thing. If we want to use the panel you were talking about, where you were saying you think Maki's more impressive than Hakari, like Hakari would scale above that Maki based off of the Urarame fight. So like everything Maki's doing there, Hakari's above that, at least when he's in Jackpot.
Oh wait, I think my the stream is overlapping with your voice. I don't know. Could it be?
Yeah, that you're gonna have to go on and do a different thing or just look up the fight yourself.
Wait, me? Like my audio's bad?
No, it's not that your audio's bad, but if he goes into your stream trying to look, if he's not on like a computer where he can mute the stream, if he's on his phone, he's just gonna hear both at the same time.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is the scene where it's like Urarame tries to hit him with Frost Calm and he like blitzes Urarame. But if you look back at the Maki, when Maki meets Urarame, Urarame stands right in front of Maki, does the chants for Frost Calm, and then just hits Maki with it. So like, and then there's also this scene here where Urarame says, "I don't consider you human anymore, so I'll crush you with everything I have." And then still, their entire fight never like fully freezes him with Frost Calm. But like Maki got blitzed by it, looking straight at Urarame. So it's like every feat that Maki performs, like, because I don't think Maki even gets stronger, but Hakari gets stronger during the month of training. So it's like everything, like even before the month of training, Hakari should. Well, no, sorry, I won't say that. I'll just say after the month of training, Hakari should scale above everything Maki performs. Based off of just
After a month of training, should Hakari scale above everything Maki performs?
because he doesn't get blitzed by Urarame the same way that Maki does. Otherwise, he would have been frozen.
We're going back to Maki getting off guarded by the random woman on the side of the street with an already fully charged up attack.
But
No.
but Maki's not off guard because Maki looks directly at Urarame. It's right in front of Maki.
Maki looks directly at Urarame, the random woman on the street, in the middle of her fight with Sukuna, the king of curses.
But like Maki can hear and see and has precognition, can see Urarame saying maximum output and still just gets hit by it. But meanwhile, Hakari,
We don't even know if she gets hit by it. Whoa, that's a
She did.
Yes.
She did get hit. But
Show me.
she's frozen, right?
she's frozen, bro.
There's not a single panel that I've ever seen that shows that she's actually frozen.
I mean that is fair, but so is in play she's frozen.
Yeah.
But
Why is that implied?
Well, like
it's in play Sukuna, bro.
When does it imply that by Sukuna?
no,
He
because
said you did. He said you. Well, I can't remember exactly word for word what he said, but he said something along the lines of, "It was better that you focus more of the attack against the
Girl? Yeah, that
Yeah.
doesn't mean she didn't dodge it. It could just mean that she's further away.
I don't know. I mean, it's.
bro.
I mean,
I
it's.
don't think that's likely, bro. I think it's more likely that she was actually frozen. Like, not gonna.
I mean, you could think that's not like an actual argument. Like, you could think it's more likely, but that's not an actual argument to it being more likely. Like, we don't actually ever get shown whether or not she got hit by it. So making the assumption Hakari should be stronger than somebody based off of, like, a thing we're never explicitly shown makes no sense.
I mean, it's also like heavily implied by Urarame also saying, "I made sure not to freeze Yuji Itadori too deeply," and then Sukuna right after that says, "It was right to focus more on the girl," and then Yuji breaks out, but Maki doesn't. So like that.
What? Yeah, but again, like, we don't see Maki also, right?
That's because she's in the ice. She's still in the
She could be in the ice. She could be like the 7 city blocks away. Like we don't know.
Why would Maki just leave Yuji there? Just abandon him?
What would Maki do if she got hit by all the ice? Be frozen?
Yeah, Maki. It's like even worse. It's like, you know that meme where it's like, whoa, that guy has whatever move. I better stay at this desk or I'm finished. It's like Maki did that. She saw the ice and she was like, I better run away or I'm finished.
Yeah, Maki's not like a coward.
I think though that like you could be smart about battling. Like one, right? The amount of energy it might have taken to get out of the ice might have been a lot, right? Two, it might have done a damage to her to get hit by the ice in the first place. And three, on top of that, it's not like, oh, she has to come out to fight either Sukuna or Uraume. She has to come out to fight Sukuna and Uraume, not knowing if Yuji could actually break out.
So why does Sukuna say it was right to focus cursed energy on the girl? Why would it be right if she just missed?
He could have still focused the cursed energy, and that's what pushes Maki so far back.
But why would it be right to do that if it missed?
It would be right to do that to get Maki out of the fight so they can make their escape.
So it hits Maki.
It doesn't have to hit Maki for that to be the case. I just explained that. It can go so far back, right? That it pushes Maki all the way to the other side of the ice, right?
So you're saying like Maki just blocks it? Like blocks the temperature?
No, she could just go backwards.
Okay, I do just want to reiterate one more time that at least on screen, Hakari did never dodge her max output. He only ever reacts to her activating her technique at close range. But we never see how he interacts with max output, just to reiterate.
But Uraume says, I'm going to crush you with everything I have. And she just simply doesn't crush him.
No. I agree that she most likely used max output Frost Calm on Hakari. But what I'm getting at is, okay, I don't think that you can say that she didn't tag him, because we do see that he suffers more injuries through the rest of the fight. I just think it's likely that if he does get tagged by that technique, he just breaks out of it.
So he's stronger than Maki too? Like, faster and stronger?
Wait. Even if Maki did get hit, how would we ever see if she broke out or not?
Well, I mean, like, okay, she probably does. We don't really know. So, like, what I'm saying, though, is, like, when you really analyze this fight with Hakari versus Uraume wants to get back to Sukuna. Like, the first thing Uraume says is, I've been separated from Master Sukuna, exclamation point, and is, like, trying to get back. But Hakari's so strong, she, like, literally can't. Even when she's going all out, like, trying to crush him with everything.
Hakari's also trying to get back to his teammates going all out.
No, he's really not. Like, his goal
is essentially a stalemate.
Yeah, his goal is to stalemate Uraume.
Oh, okay, and he's doing that.
He's doing his goal and stopping Uraume from doing Uraume's goal.
Wait, but his goal is to stop her from doing her goal in the first place, which would require him to go all out. Like, if he could kill her or something, right, he would just do that because that would be the more efficient way of stopping her from going to Sukuna.
Correct.
Yeah, but it's like, yeah, it's somewhat of a stalemate, but I'd argue Hakari's doing better because he's succeeding.
Hakari has to be doing worse because he has infinite energy and is still getting stalemated.
No, what I'm saying is, like, Hakari's goal, stalemate Uraume. Uraume's goal, get back to Sukuna. Uraume fails, Hakari succeeds. So, like, by that, Uraume's doing better.
But I'm saying in the battle itself, right, even though that we don't see it, our only assumption is that if Hakari can't, like, actually beat her, in the sense of he doesn't knock her out, he doesn't kill her, right, then the only correct assumption would to also say that, well, if that's the case, then Uraume has to have physical stats that are able to handle Hakari for an elongated period of time, because Hakari just keeps coming back.
I actually...
Like, Hakari has the full infinite stamina, yet she's able to stalemate him the whole time at the same time, right?
Well, that's just his power. But, like, one thing I also noticed, it looked like he was damaging Uraume too. Uraume's jacket's gone, and, like, I think he was damaging Uraume in the fight.
Okay, that means she was also tanking his punches while he had infinite stamina. Like,
Yo, Eric. Oh, hold on. Eric just became a member. No, he's been a member for 5 months. You said I'm loving the breakdown of Hakari versus Urarame W stream. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate that a lot, bro. Thank you. But what were you saying?
no, I'm just saying it's an issue of like they got stalemated. If anything, Urarame probably just has better physical stats than Hakari. Right? We don't know how Maki or Hakari interacted with the maximum output, right? False comp, right? We don't know how either of them interacted with it. Both of them could have gotten one shot at it and just woken back up later, right? Considering both of their circumstances, right? Both of them could have also just immediately broken out. We just don't know.
I'm also just pulling this thing up for someone in the chat. Someone was saying like, how does Urarame losing her jacket mean she took damage? I'm just basing it off of like the panels of how Hakari was regenning. So it's like every time Hakari regened, he lost a bit of his clothing. Like you can see it here. So like if you look close, he gets his arm frozen and then Urarame breaks his arm off. And then when he regens his arm, he's missing a sleeve. And then Urarame like blasts through like his stomach. When he regens his stomach, he's missing a piece of his jacket here. He gets his leg frozen. When he regens, he's missing a shoe. So like every time he's regenning somewhere where he's taken damage, his body regens, but his clothes don't. So you could say maybe the same thing happened to Urarame, like he was damaging Urarame, like destroying Urarame's clothes, and like, but Urarame was just regenning. You could just make that argument, or maybe Urarame just took off her jacket for some reason.
From how it's visually displayed, it seems her frost calm technique is quite fast though. Like, seems to be. I don't want to use the incorrect term, but it seems to like it blitzes Hakari a lot of the time, to be honest.
Yeah, but like she tries to do it again, and Hakari just like blitzes her before she can fire it.
I mean, after activation, like he actually probably just blitzed her reaction speed, if you understand what I'm saying. But like once she activates the technique, it seems to be like very fast.
But I would just say the fact that he's like not frozen in ice the way Maki was, and Urarame straight up says, "I'm going to use everything I can to defeat you," implies that he's reacting to it, like at least somewhat.
Wait, real quick. Mm-hmm. Doesn't Sukuna just glaze Maki more than Uraume glazes Hakari?
I think
not really.
A better debate would be. I think I was actually thinking a better debate would be Maki versus Hakari, actually, to be honest.
I got...
Yeah, like how Maki, like, one-shot him, like, speedless and one-shots him, that'd be really interesting.
Well, Gojo thinks Hakari's stronger.
Speed blitz and one shot.
Let's calm down with this speed blitz. Fuck up.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, Gojo thinks
Maki,
that...
like, actually violates Hakari?
I mean, Gojo himself thinks that Hakari's stronger than Maki. But, like, yeah, I mean, let's try to go back to, like, the Hakari versus Yuji. Like, is there any other arguments you want to use for, like, Yuji being able to beat Hakari?
Wait. Well, you just mind-boggled me. What makes you think Gojo thinks that?
Because he's, like, straight up says that Hakari's stronger than her.
When?
In the scene.
When Hakari
That's a bit of an exaggeration.
Yeah. Wait. That could be so context dependent of just saying, yo, bro, guy who infinitely regenerates, bro. Like if you can't take on an opponent, like don't pull back up in. Like.
Oh, also another thing I wanted to say real quick. I'm looking at this panel. Like you guys were saying, you don't think that Urarame used like the maximum output frost calm. Like if you look at their fight, like the entire city around them is frozen. Urarame might have done.
We're not saying she didn't use it. We're just saying we never see the interaction.
Like another thing, I think she was using something stronger than that. Like this move where she has like a moon flying behind her. She never did that to Maki.
Yeah, isn't there like a point where there's like a giant iceberg pops out of the domain or something?
That's presumably the remnants of the iced meteor that like got trapped inside the domain. Because when Hakari pops domain on Arame, it would just contain everything that's within the domain's range. So like, and Arame was falling on top of a giant ice meteor, so it's probably just like the remnants of the meteor. We don't really know what happened inside the domain though.
Yeah, we don't know.
Also, Falsecom wouldn't destroy his clothes because it doesn't show that it destroys Yuji's clothes. So.
But what were you saying, Lilo? What's about Yuji and Hakari?
Oh, I mean, I was just saying, like, based on the stuff we've seen, I don't see anything that would scale Yuji above Hakari, like in anything except durability.
Yeah, I mean, like, would you say that like Yuta and Hakari should be on the same tier?
They're definitely relative, yeah.
Okay. Well, like base Yuta, I don't think it has anything to do with Yuta specific, but.
You said base Yuta and Jackpot.
Yeah, I think base Yuta is relative to Hakari.
And Jackpot, right?
Yeah, Jackpot Hakari.
I would say so as well, to be honest.
Okay, so like if we can agree to that as a group, could we also agree to the idea that like Yuji not only fights relatively to Yuta within Yuta's domain, but on top of that, like Yuji just performs pretty decent against the same Sukuna that speed blitzed and one shot Ryu?
Oh, wait, sorry, wait. How does that correlate? Wasn't a 15 to 16 finger full powered Sukuna?
Yeah. I just think that 16 finger Maguna is probably stronger than the Maguna Yuta full in Shinjuku.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
Yeah, and I just think specifically though, Yuji physically and just raw physical stats performs better, right? Than Ryu could perform against that Sukuna by like a massive margin. And that Ryu is at least relative to a stronger Yuta than the Yuta that Hakari would presumably be equal to.
No, there's no way, because Hakari gets stronger over the month of training too. Like his
what even makes you say that though?
Because Sukuna says it. He says like all of them have increased their cursed energy reinforcement.
What does Sukuna know about Hakari?
Well, he was there with him. Like, and they also talk about it during their plan. It's like they all needed to increase their reinforcement before fighting him.
When does he ever see Hakari fight?
No, like they say it in their plan. Like they're all training and getting stronger.
You don't think Hakari was training, bro?
I think it's fine if you think that Hakari was training. I just don't know if you can actually prove that Hakari got any like massive gains.
Well, I mean, why would he be the only one who didn't get cursed energy reinforcement buff? Why is he the only one? Yuta got it too.
I mean, he doesn't. Wait. He it's not like he's the only one. The only two that actually are seen to get cursed energy buffs, or three, is Higuruma, Yuta, and Yuji, who are all these like high potential people.
And Kusakabe. No, everyone there, like Kusakabe, all of them got it.
I mean, yeah, I think what happens, because remember, they do like the weird like body swap, soul swap training.
I was gonna say that too. Like, he soul swaps with Gojo, and that specifically, the soul swapping with Gojo is specifically what he says is how he cheat coded himself to getting so strong so fast. And I don't think you could ever prove Hakari did the same thing.
And I was gonna ask the question, wouldn't it kind of be pointless for Hakari to learn like curse energy reinforcement? I guess that would be like beneficial for his base form, but like in Jackpot Hakari, would it like matter? Would it actually matter?
It definitely would matter. It definitely would. Like, they're just trying to prepare as much as possible. I don't really understand why Hakari would be the only one like just like watching Netflix while everyone else is grinding.
Wait, no. I think specifically though, he's the only one that's out of the people that we see who quote unquote get these buffs, who also wasn't soul swapping, and the soul swapping was specifically what said to give them the buff so quickly. It doesn't mean that everybody in the room was soul swapping. Like, they wasn't like, yo, Miwa, come over here and get into Gojo's body, twin. Like,
but like, why would Hakari be the only one who doesn't? That's what I'm not understanding.
But he's not. Like, Maki doesn't either.
Well, that's because Maki doesn't have cursed energy. Like, she can't get stronger.
Hold on. To be fair, you could possibly say that rather than himself training, Hakari was focused on making sure that the lesser members were more equipped to fight Sukuna. Because now I'm not saying this is certain, but just keep in mind I'm not saying that this is a fact. But during one of the flashbacks, Hakari is the one that brings up, hey, anyone that fights Sukuna needs to have anti-domain countermeasures.
Yeah.
And now prior, he says they need to have those. And prior to that, Higuruma, presumably Ino, and presumably Choso all would not have had domain countermeasures. And then they do by the time of the actual fight. So it could be assumed that while Yuji and Yuta were training with Gojo, that Hakari was probably trying to teach the other ones how to use anti-domain countermeasures.
Also, I'll add on that. We're specifically told that the soul swapping has a certain limit on it for soul swapping that you can do in a certain amount of time. And it could just be that Yuji and Yuta were specifically the ones chosen to do this thing because Hakari was the one chosen to go ahead and fight Uraume.
Well, yeah, I'm looking at like the stuff they talk about during training. So Hakari is there, and it says like combatants will include anyone with reverse curse technique, and anyone who wants to die or doesn't mind dying. But like, before, like during the Kashimo fight, it says that Hakari could not use RCT. That was just his domain replenishing him. So like the fact that he's joining the mission means he learned it. He most likely learned it. So like he had to be training.
Or it just means that he's willing to die. Or he's an exception because of his domain. Like, all could be the case. Like, I don't know why that was instantly the assumption.
Well, I think it's more likely than just assuming Hakari was the only one who did no training. Like, I just don't really understand why
I don't think he did no training. Wait, that's not what I said. Again, you're mistaking my words because I specifically said the idea that he might have just not been able to do the soul swapping like Yuji and Yuta could because Yuji and Yuta were specifically the ones chosen to battle Sukuna in the 2-on-1, whereas Hakari was specifically chosen to hold back Uraume. And we know that the soul swapping has a specific restriction on it.
I'm gonna look through like all the training panels. We might like end up actually just seeing him do it.
He never does that.
Hakari doesn't do the. We don't see him do it, at least.
Yeah, and we're told it has a limit.
Actually,
We never see him.
Actually, I just remembered there's a
don't see it a lot.
there's a line of dialogue in the Gojo versus Sukuna fight when they're talking about replenishing curse technique with their reverse curse technique. I think they talk about Hakari and RCT there. I'm gonna see if I can find it. But yeah, I mean, like at the very least, Hakari should be like slightly stronger than he was when he fought Kashimo.
I mean, like yes, slightly. Still less than the amp that mythical beast amber gives to Kashima.
Whoa, let's calm down for a second. Okay, let's not glaze Kashimo.
I'm the anti-glazed Kashimo equation.
But you think genuinely, right? We genuinely think that Sukuna, right? Or I mean Hakari, got more training gains in a month than a death binding vow.
I'm gonna be honest. Okay, it's not a death binding vow. His curse technique turns his flesh into the fucking phenomena that he summons. So it's not a binding vow. That's just how his bum ass curse technique works.
Oh, okay. You think that like the thing that gives him like the beyond like human physical limitation or whatever, right? It's just like
that means so little.
Say it again.
It's like, is he stronger than Gojo? Is he like Gojo's a human? Is he stronger than Gojo now? No, he's not.
I think it would be weird if he wasn't stronger than like Hakari.
You don't think he's stronger than Hakari, bro?
I don't. I don't think Kashimo. I don't think Kashimo did anything in that 1 month time span. Like, honestly, in character, his ass. I was like, I want to fight Sukuna.
I meant mythical beef. Like, you don't think his mythical Amber form is stronger than Hakari?
We don't have a multiplier for mythic, and like, it would just be speculation. Like, you'd have to assume, like, some sort of...
Wait, it just has a higher assertion. Like, I think the thing that's so strong that it's, like, burning your body away, right? And it's supposed to go beyond your, like, physical limitations versus, like, oh, yeah, I trained for a month. Like, I don't know. Like, oh, which one gives the bigger amp? Like, even storytelling perspective, right? Like, it's just more logical to assume mythical beast amber gives the higher amount.
I mean, surpassing human limitations, that's like a 1.35 boost. Like, even in real life, when people get, like, that crazy, like, adrenaline rush that lets them lift cars and shit, that's just like a 1.35, like, times amp. It's not very high.
That's not... How big do you think a car is?
No, I understand.
Because you're very undermining the games. How big do you think a car is? Like,
I understand cars weigh like...
Wait, what do you think the average car weighs?
Like tree.
It's like 2,000.
Like tree.
I know how much it weighs.
Pounds. The average car weighs 3,000 pounds.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was saying.
What do you think the average man bench presses? Deadlift. Let's say deadlift. What do you think the average?
This debate is so far off its rocker.
Yeah, it has spiral. Like, yeah, I'm not actually sure how it got to this point. Like, can you guys list some win conditions for Yuji? Like, how is he beating this, like, pretty much immortal guy that could survive? Like, was fast enough to heal getting hit with a lightning bolt in the head? How is he going to kill him?
Cleveland. Wait, he never killed getting a lightning bolt in the head. What?
The only thing we can talk about is during, like, I think when
he specifically said he couldn't kill that.
Yeah.
Yuji was fine. Yuji, honestly, Yuji shit stopped Hakari so bad.
Yeah, can you guys, like, list some feats that, like, back up these claims? Because I'll just be really honest, guys. Like, from what I've seen, Yuji is actually the most overrated character in JJK. Like, that's just me being, like, brutally honest about it. Because
in chat of him going relative with Sukuna.
Well, here, let me just state my reasoning, because every Yuji feat you see, for the most part, like, Sukuna is so nerfed that it's, like, not really even worth talking about. Like, to put it into perspective, Todo was tagging him. Todo was tagging him, bro. So it's like...
Wait. Why are you saying it like Todo's a bum?
He's a first-grade sorcerer.
His curse technique is so OP.
Todo's a part of the group of people Gojo thinks can surpass him. I don't...
Yeah, in, like, maybe 100 years, but, like, I mean, like...
Wait, but, like, he's just specifically a part of the group of people who can surpass him, so why are we acting like a bum now?
Because he's a first-grade sorcerer, bro. Like, do you think tagging... Do you think it's like a first-grade sorcerer level feat? Everything Yuji does, you could argue, is a first-grade sorcerer level feat.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Everything like Hakari does is also, like, first-grade.
Yuji's carried by dropping Sukuna's output. He's carried by other people helping him. He's carried by Gojo damaging him. He's carried by Unlimited Void. He's carried.
Him dropping Sukuna's output mattered so little that it was only after Yuji punched him like 30 times was he like, wait, is he lowering my output, question mark? Like,
no, he actually says his output was plummeting. It wasn't like just slightly dropping.
Yeah, he said plummeting.
Yeah.
What part of the battle was that?
That's during the domain, the Yuta domain.
Yeah, the Yuji domain, like, after he had punched him like 400 times and Black Flash pumped him like 6 times, like, yeah, now it's plummeting? Yeah, okay.
I mean, I can pull that up and we can count the punches.
But please
we can count the... If you would like to count the punches from the start of the fight to the first time that he learns it... Why did you really?
Sukuna actually realizes after the first initial punch, actually. He just mentions it later in the fight. I just wanted to point that out.
What do you mean he notices
No,
that?
okay.
No necessity. You know, he brings it up. He brings it up as soon as Yuta procs the domain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's later in the fight.
No, that's
We
against.
we have numbers. Okay.
All he says
you
is that he had something weird was happening.
Oh yeah.
They didn't
So
know what yet.
So 1 second, guys. One thing I wanted to just say real quick, like we were talking about, like did Hakari get stronger, yes or no, during the training? But Sukuna just straight up says not just Yuji's, but everyone's cursed energy reinforcement techniques have drastically improved, not just Yuji's.
No, yeah, that's objective.
What chapter?
But Yuji got better training games. Like honestly, I'm gonna be so for real.
It's 246.
246.
Yeah, 246, page 4. But so yeah, let's like start actually looking at these Yuji feats and analyze like what's convincing you guys that Yuji would actually be able to kill Hakari. Like I want to see the feats and we can talk about them. Like, can you list some pages?
I mean, look, okay. So
At least I don't know
how much. We know how much. We have a quantifiable decrease for him, and that's what I've been trying to say. He's weakened by the time he pops his domain, or he attempts to. Yuta Gojo pops up. Yuta and Gojo's body pops up. Sukuna's weakened by roughly a little over half. So like under 50%. That's how much Sukuna's weakened. It's not like he's at 1% of a percent. He's at like 50% his normal output, a little lower than that.
Well,
Wait.
no.
Did he say output or did he say
That was his energy, his total.
That's curse energy. That's not output.
Cursed energy levels, not cursed energy output. Cursed energy level.
Like that's his capacity. That means he burned through half of his total amount, and that's backed up by him saying my cursed energy is about the same as Yuta's right now. Because like before the fight started, Yuta said he has more than twice as much. So like really, it was probably around Sukuna had like 45% left.
Wait. Time out real
It
quick.
doesn't really change anything. It's still a quantifiable. Because honestly, you could just scale Yuji to Yuta. Like I'm being so for real.
Wait,
You
I
see
agree with that.
Yuji and Yuta running relative inside of Yuta's domain.
That's because Yuta's there to help. That's because Yuta's there to help. Because like the proof of that is like you see what happens when Yuji tries to fight him before Yuta's helping him. He just gets like grabbed and cleaved and he's about to die. But like when Yuta's there to help, he can.
He'll like knees him in the face. Wait, but hold up. Wait, everybody, I just want to say, the only people Sukuna fights at this point who he can make that claim on are straight bums, or he's never seen them fight before.
what are you talking about? Sorry.
Well, he's also.
Everybody's cursed energy, basic cursed energy reinforcement techniques have drastically improved. Are all straight bombs.
But
They've improved.
Yuji's there. Yuji's not a bum.
Nah, he's also speaking about Yuji and
also has like. Wait, the two people who aren't bums, Yuji and Higuruma, are specifically prodigies and people who got their soul transferred to other bodies.
Well, also another thing, you can make a good argument. Like, I was talking to Restless about it. You really can make a good argument that Yuji's not a prodigy and that he's carried by Sukuna, like manipulating his body.
Oh, okay, got you. So we agree. End of series, Megumi's like stronger than Yuji. Then,
He might be, because I mean, Sukuna manipulated his body for a month and had the Gojo battle in it.
Wait, I agree. We agreed on something, bro. We agreed on something, bro. Tacho, like.
I mean, yeah, Megumi should be.
Like,
Megumi should be super strong afterwards, but we just never see him do anything afterwards. But.
Yo, you speaking my language, because I have end of series Megumi at the top of all my tier lists, but like.
All right, wait, let's get back to the
Yeah, Yuji versus I want to analyze these Yuji feats and like really talk about them.
Yeah, because I also agree that Yuji skills to Yuta physically. So
I like, because I honestly think Yuta was carrying him in the domain. That's my stance on it. Because, like, we see what happens when Yuji tries to fight Sukuna without Yuta by his side. He just Sukuna just grabs him, one-shots him, throws him away.
yeah, but in context, you also have to remember how Sukuna feels about Yuji as well in comparison to, like, you know, the other people. Like, he usually tries to, like, not show Yuji any kind of mercy, I guess, in comparison to other people.
Alright, I gotta go. Good night, guys.
Alright, see you, bro.
Yuji skills, like, objectively, so. Like, honestly, Hakari is not all that.
Wait, so what's the scene that you want to talk about that's, like, making you say that for Yuji?
If you look, okay, so I don't know if you can look in VC chat, but I sent you the scans there. Basically, Sukuna's like, Urame is like, so Yuji has potential equal to Sukuna, as in the narrator objectively states, unleashing his potential with a single blow, Yuji Itadori awakens.
No, that's not saying that he's becoming Sukuna level.
257. Sorry, I'm not done yet.
Sorry, go ahead. My fault.
257. The editor's note. The editor's note gets cut out of the Viz translation, unfortunately. So you can feel however about this you want. But the editor's note at the end of 257 says, "Don't just rival the king, surpass him." As Yuji hits another Black Flash.
But so he clearly.
Then,
oh, sorry, my fault.
Where are you looking at this? Sorry.
He put it in the
just
chat.
In VC chat, yeah.
Where is it?
I mean, Yuji, like, in his own domain at the very end of the fight is still weaker than, like, 0.5 HP Kuna.
With two hands.
That's the thing.
No
That's the
CT.
thing. Sukuna isn't weakened at the end of the fight. I'm gonna be so for real. The thing about hitting a Black Flash is that it provides you, like, a pretty significant ank. The manga states is 120. So basically, you can multiply Sukuna's feats by 1.2, and then to the power of 6, because he hits 6 Black Flashes across the Shinjuku fight. So Sukuna's actually getting stronger across the fight, while Yuji is simultaneously hitting him.
So real quick, one thing I want to say, like, we'll take a segment and, like, really analyze those feats you just listed, but I really want to point this out. Like, if you look at everything Yuji's doing in the domain with Yuta is carrying him and literally saving his life multiple times. Like, Yuji isn't even, like, really hitting him unless Yuta's also hitting him. Like, you see Yuji try in the beginning, he tries to punch him, Sukuna just blocks it. And then Yuta's the one landing hits on him with, like, slashes, hitting him with thin icebreaker. And then there's this scene here where Sukuna's about to cleave Yuji again and just kill him. And then Yuta freezes him, says, "Don't move." Like, people ignore this. Yuta's carrying. It's kind of like if you read Demon Slayer, like, this is very similar to Gyome and Sanemi versus.
I don't.
Oh well, actually.
I don't read.
Oh, okay, no, I won't spoil that then. But yeah, it's like Yuji is not equal to Yuta here. He's like being saved by Yuta a couple times.
Remember that domain expansions grant the user an amp, though. Like, even Megumi's incomplete domain grants him a 120% buff.
Mm-hmm.
So Yuta's amped during this scene anyway.
That is also correct.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm just pointing that out for.
You know, you can still say Yuji doesn't scale to Yuta even without the domain amp, but it's not as clear cut as just, like, Yuji's fodder to normal Yuta. Like, especially without Rika, because Yuta can only use Rika for 5 minutes, but that's a different conversation. This is Yuji versus Hakari, not Yuji versus Yuta. And honestly, you can make the argument that Yuta would cook pre-awakening Yuji anyway. But that's a different conversation.
But yeah, that's all, yeah.
I mean, even before popping the domain, though, he does way better against Sukuna than Yuji did.
That's like 3 pages, my guy.
I mean, but...
At the end of the fight
oh, go ahead.
with Sukuna, it's just, like, so crazy. crazy? Like, Sukuna is so weakened that he's, like, so pissed off. He's, like, coping and seething. He's like, your domain is trash. You're trash. I'm gonna kill you. I'm so mad. Like, that's how weak he was that he's, like, on, like 0.5% HP, like, 0.5% cursed energy battery life.
I think he was just mad, bro, because he just came to the realization he was about to die, bro. To be honest.
I heard the Black Flashes give him an amp, if anything. Like during Shibuya, Yuji, Todo, and Mahito, after hitting Black Flash, all get a 120% amp. And then Sukuna hits 6 Black Flashes across Shinjuku, and he actually hits one the chapter before, or maybe it's the same chapter, as Yuji pops his domain expansion. So Sukuna's not like it's not like Sukuna's on his like the fucking like the memes where it's like Yuta with one leg, no domain, no Rika versus full power Kashimo.
Well, no, like
Sukuna's like he's not like at 100%.
He's still super weak. No, he's still massive. He's like in the very final clash, like Sukuna's massively weakened because he's still damaged by he's damaged by Gojo's unlimited void. Like the narrator says, he's still damaged by it so much that like him using RCT to replenish his curse technique again is like very risky. But he was forced to do that. Like he was really he was cooked.
Okay.
And also, like, the start of the Shinjuku battle, he was at less than half of his total cursed energy, and then he went on to fight, like, all the Shinjuku guys. Like, that literally might have been, like, 20%, like, maybe 10% Sukuna.
That is not true, because... Sorry? Sorry.
Like, you finished talking, my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I just wanted to say, like, I don't think the curse energy amount of Sukuna had really drastically decreased because it's pointed out several times that he had the same curse energy amount comparable to Yuta. It's like at least 3 times is stated.
Like, it's stated at least once. I'm not familiar with those other statements, but I know it's stated at least once by the narrator.
Well, that's stated at the start of the like the Yuji Yuta jumping him in the domain. He says right there he has about as much cursed energy as Yuta, but then he fights for like 20 chapters after that.
Oh, let me look at that. I might be misremembering. I don't want to like say anything.
It's at least twice.
I'll look at chapter 248 because that's when Yuta shows up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, as for Sukuna being weakened excuse me, sorry, you go first.
No, I was just gonna say, as Lilos had said prior, is when Sukuna is when Yuta first pops the domain. Sukuna says how much curse energy he has, and it's also in 262 or 263 when Sukuna is about to pop his domain again, and the narrator explicitly states that because of his high curse energy efficiency, that despite having the same curse energy amount as Yuta, he can use his domain however many times he needs to. Basically, it's just basically, if you understand what I'm saying.
He says it when he's about to clash with Yuta in the Gojo's body.
Yeah, I looked at the manga.
Narrator said
it was cursed. Yeah, in 262, after, I think that's after Sukuna took that's after Sukuna took a maximum output Jacob's Ladder from Yuta, and he's only weakened by half, roughly half.
I'm trying to find it.
And if you look at the scans I sent in VC chat, Sukuna doesn't make reference to his cursed energy levels when he talks about Yuta's domain. Unless it's in the next chapter. I'll look at that right now.
Like, is it the 262.2 chapter? Where does it?
It's in between either 262 or 263, but he also says it like just as you already first opens the domain, and like 251 or 252.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that still. I haven't found it.
Yeah, you should see.
I sent the scans for when it happens. Sukuna does not reference his cursed energy. The narrator doesn't mention it. Sukuna doesn't mention. No one makes reference to it.
No, I'm trying to find the one in the 262 range. Like I still haven't found that. I just don't know what scene you're talking about. You guys are. Here, I'll be right back. Here, 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. You guys can keep going though.
Yeah, I'll just look for it because it's better to probably just find it.
Okay, but yeah, like and Hakari are about to, and then Yuta and Sukuna has twice as much cursed energy as Yuta. A little moreover, Yuta says more than twice as much. And then the narrator states that in 262, Sukuna's weakened to the level of Yuta. So that's about like a 2.1 to 2.5 times debuff for Sukuna. Because if it was closer to 3 times, Yuta would have said almost 3 times as much. But he says over twice as much, which implies 2.1 to 2.5. That's my main argument here, basically. Sukuna wasn't like, it's not like Sukuna was like one arm fucking, like the fucking Goku meme where it's like no arms, no legs, dying of the heart virus, blindfolded. Like Sukuna wasn't like that.
Well, it was in 260.
Oh shit, hold on. Okay, yeah, I see it. Because...
Yeah, so Sukuna's incredible efficiency meant that despite his cursed energy levels dropping to that of Okotsuyu, if he were to recover his burnt out technique, he would be able to utilize Dome expansion as many times as needed.
Yep. But that's after Sukuna gets hit with a maximum output Jacob's Ladder, and that's after Sukuna uses more cursed energy to heal the heart that he just got, that Maki shoved the Soul Split Katana through. Because if you remember with Yuki, reverse curse technique does actually tank your output. So Sukuna, after getting nerfed with the Jacob's Ladder, and after getting nerfed by needing to use RCT, he's still only at a little under half, like 2.1 to 2.5. So like. Okay, sorry about that. I had to feed my cat.
That's fine. That's all right. Don't worry.
But so did you guys find that chapter number you were talking about?
The statement that we were mainly referring to with Sukuna's cursed energy levels, I think that's only from 260 or 261. Let me double check the chapter number just in case.
It is 260. Like I'm literally looking at it. It's 260.
Wait, what page? What page?
Oh no, yeah, you're right.
260.
But yeah.
260. What page? Because I want to look at it too.
And it's towards the end of the chapter. Like it's the last page of the chapter.
Okay, let me look at that.
So, and then of course I sent it in VC chat as well, but that's what it's.
Okay, so it says Sukuna is highly efficient with cursed energy. So even with cursed energy reduced to Yuta Okotsu's level, it's possible for him to open a domain countless times as long as he restores the burnt out curse technique. Like that's actually a really good feat for Sukuna's efficiency because like he started, and it also shows you the gigantic gap between these guys and Gojo, because like these guys fought Sukuna about as long as Gojo did, and they didn't reduce his like cursed energy capacity at all, but Gojo burned through half of his. So that's actually.
Where's that stated? Can you show me that scan? Like you keep saying that like it was only at like half strength.
I'm
260, bro. It's on 260.
Yeah, that's after the Gojo fight, my dude.
No. So during the Yuta and Yuji like domain scene, that's the first time it said that he has as much cursed energy as Yuta. He says it there.
I looked at the manga.
Yes, it's 250.
I looked at the manga.
Oh.
It's 250 and it's 260.
Okay, I can pull that up. I pulled it up. I pulled it up earlier, but I'll pull it up again.
Yeah. After my fight with Gojo Satoru, not only am I still unable to expand my domain, but the effects of my reverse curse techniques remains sluggish. At this point, my total curse energy likely matches the curse brat. On top of that, maintaining Hollow Wicker Basket renders me unable to use the World Bisecting Dismantle after extending the target of my technique.
Yeah, I have it on screen too. It's a chapter. No, you're good, dude. It's chapter 250, page 5. He says it right here. That's the first time he says it.
Okay.
His overall.
Yeah, he did all of that fighting, and he still is only at half of his curse energy, bro. Or little on the half.
Yeah, it's because.
Okay, my turn is a little big for him, so that's why.
Oh, I guess.
No,
I'm
it's
using TCB. So.
Are you using the Viz translation or?
Yeah.
I was using TCB. Sorry.
Okay, because maybe I have a different translation. I hope
What
I'm
is
not
yours
using
saying?
the Viz. That'd be embarrassing.
What is yours saying?
In mine, every time I take a blow from that in reference to Yuji, my cursed energy level or my cursed energy output falls, and my control over this body weakens. So that's all it says.
No, this is chapter 250, page 5.
Yeah, that's what I got.
At the very bottom, like you
It's
don't
the
get
scene where, like,
you don't get these 4. It should
the
still
bottom.
be. It should still be 4 like sentences. Even if it's a different translation, it'll
Oh,
still.
wait, no, I see it. I see it. No, okay, I was. Guys, maybe I am stupid. No, okay, but
Nah, bro.
You're
yeah,
good.
my mistake.
But no, like that's actually a really. It's a really impressive feat for like Gojo and Sukuna because it shows like how much ahead of everyone else Gojo was because like he burned through half of Sukuna's energy, but like the Sukuna fights everyone else for like 20 chapters and is still at the same amount, has barely burned through any.
Yeah.
Okay, this is actually pretty good for the anti-Kashimo agenda because I can just say that Sukuna didn't get fully restored. Like he's still a bum. Kashimo's a, but this would support my claim that Sukuna's getting. He's regaining his energy, his cursed energy levels and output from the black flashes, because from chapter 250, right? Yeah, from chapter 250 to 260, that's 10 chapters. 2 major things happen to Sukuna that should tank his output. He gets hit with a maximum output Jacob's Ladder, and he needs to use reverse curse technique to heal a wound from the split soul katana. As we know from Yuki, your cursed energy output can tank if you use reverse curse technique. And I believe there are other examples, but the Yuki one is just the one that comes to mind for me right now. So
Yeah, but like output and capacity are
Sukuna-
different.
I think the only reason Sukuna couldn't kill all of them was because like his output was like in the dirt. But
Yeah, like output is your actual power. Capacity is like how much gas left you have in the tank.
yeah.
I think like technically it's not just output, it also has to do with like your refinement, like how Sukuna is like way more refined than everyone else too.
Yeah, factual.
Yeah.
That is true. With maybe the exception of Yuta, but that would just be glazing Yuta.
But like let's
Yuta,
let's analyze like one more Yuji feat because I do have to get going now. What's the biggest Yuji feat that you think scales Yuji so high? We can look at that one more because we already went over like in the domain stuff. We went over that one. What?
Probably 257.
257.
yeah, like when Urame is like Yuji has as much potential as Sukuna, and then Yuji awakens his potential. Like that's what's really
beating the shit out of Sukuna, literally.
Well, him
Same should be above the same Maki later, which is like crazy.
him awakening his potential is just in reference to him awakening Shrine.
Well, I disagree. To be honest.
Like what is the proof of it doing other than that?
Well, okay, when Gojo awakens his potential, he goes from being equal to Toji. This is stated in the volumes. I'll get the scan for you. But he goes from being equal to Toji to completely dominating him in a fight, while not even trying. And then awakened Yuta when he fights against Gato and JJK0 when he gives his soul to Rika. He's significantly stronger. The JJK0 light novel, and I probably had to scan for this as well, but the JJK0 light novel says that Yuta, before he gives his soul to Rika, is weaker than Gato's maximum Uzumaki and the special grade curse spirit. He can only match the strength of either Uzumaki or the special grade that Gato released, but afterwards he completely cooks both of them. So that would be my main argument for why Yuji's awakening would also grant him a massive stat buff, because we see it with both the other two heavy hitters of JJK, Gojo and Yuta.
I mean, like, so the thing is, like, with Yuji's awakening, it's like straight up stated the big thing he gained from it was the shrine, and it was weaker than his punches were.
Can you grab the scan for that?
Yeah, I have it on screen right now. I have it on screen right now where he says, like, he just awakened and his output is low. The real problem is his punching accuracy. Like, that's him saying his punches are more of a threat than the, like, slashes.
Okay. I hate to ask this, but can you just send it in VC chat, because I forgot this was also a live stream.
Oh, no, that's fine.
And
Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to, just like because of how I have the stream set up. But yeah, it's
yeah, actually, no.
it's chapter 257, page 9 in the bottom panel.
Okay, yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. But yeah, so it's like. Oh, go ahead.
When you're finished, Lilo, I just want to ask you a question.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, that's my stance on it. It's like, yes, Yuji awakens, but he doesn't really do anything that impressive after awakening.
So you don't think going 1v1 with Sukuna is impressive?
Yeah, I was about to say, because
Yuji specifically doing it, not really, because every time he hits Sukuna, Sukuna's output plummets.
Well, yeah, but like by how much? Like, what's the quantifier for that?
Well,
as we know,
enough that Toto can tag him. Enough that Toto can hit him. Combo with Yuji. So, like, it's not
Toto's
very
good. Like, I think Toto's the G.
But he's a first grade sorcerer. So it's like, that's not that impressive.
Kusakabe.
Yeah, and Kusakabe stated to be the strongest first grade.
Like, it's funny. Kusakabe unironically does better against Sukuna than Kashimo does, but that's a different discussion, and that's nothing else.
But Lilo, quick question, right, bro? This is the same Sukuna that is like 1v flaving like all of them, like a chapter or two prior, like Maki, LaRue, Miguel, Choso, Yuji. He's 1v flaving all of them. This is like the same. This is the same Sukuna.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'd like to, before we go, I'd like to say one thing. There's a very strong argument, I think, that you can argue that Sukuna is like twice as strong as Gojo, or maybe like a little above that. Because when Sukuna fights Yuta in Gojo's body, he's weakened by like 50%, remember? Or
Just in cursed energy output. I mean, cursed energy capacity.
Yeah, but the thing with the Yuta and Gojo's body is Yuta himself is explicitly like, bro, I'm not sure I'm doing this right. Like, he can't do the shit that Gojo can do.
Yeah, he's trash. He's trash compared to normal Gojo. He can't do like anything Gojo's doing.
Because obviously Gojo's significantly better with his curse technique than Yuta is. Because Yuta really thought he could just master Limitless with one switch training. But in terms of stat, I know Yuta was kind of stupid for that. But in terms of physical stats, we know from Kenzaku that your cursed energy doesn't change. Or, your cursed energy level is dependent on the body you use to body hop. Like Gojo and Shibuya is like, your cursed energy is exactly the same as Gato's, but I know that you aren't, because of like my soul tells me that. So Yuta has Gojo's physical stats and cursed energy levels, and Sukuna's still going band for band with him.
But Yuta's like using him like trash. Like, that's not.
Yeah, he's using him like trash.
Like if if that was actually Gojo would have cooked that Sukuna. If that was actually Gojo.
Okay. I'd like one more thing. Evidence the second. Miguel is hyped up by the editor's note. Let me get the. He's hyped up as the guy that boxed with Gojo, and even Gojo's like, yeah, if we were to fight, this guy would like. He compares himself as like an equal. It was chapter 259, I think. No. chapter 258. Or maybe it was 257. Hold on.
But wait, so hold on a second. Like the point you were.
It was the same chapter 256. Or 250.
Wait, hold on. Slow down. So stop for a second. And just stop. So the point you were trying to make, were you saying Sukuna has twice as much cursed energy as Gojo? Because he does.
He does. Yeah, that's objective. If you think that you're,
here, let me tell. Here, pause for a second. Everyone, just pause. All right. So here's something like I've never talked about in a debate before. I think I saw someone in my like debate chat say this, but like Gojo's refinement is actually insane, because he could clash with Sukuna's domain at all. Like in domain expansion clashes, your refinement needs to be equal for it to clash. That's one thing, but the other thing that affects it is total cursed energy. So Sukuna eclipses him in cursed energy, but Gojo like eclipses him in refinement. So that's why they're able to clash. So like that's actually a crazy thing for Gojo, especially since he's clashing with an open barrier domain on top of that. That's actually insane. But
Gojo says that he's overwhelmingly stronger in regards to his curse technique compared to Sukuna, and this isn't contradicted. So you low-key spitting right now.
But yeah, I mean the argument of Sukuna being twice as much, like the argument of Sukuna being twice as strong as Gojo, scaling him off of stuff Yuta does, is not a very fair debate, because Yuta is garbanzo beans using Gojo's bot. Like he can't do anything right. He's not doing his attacks right. He's not doing his curse techniques right. He's just messing everything up. I agree. Also the scene where Yuta fires purple, he messes it up and blows up his own barrier at the same time. Like he's just sucks. Like he can't do anything right with it.
I get that, but that shouldn't even if you wanted to say that would impede his physical stats. Like you'd have to say that cursed energy levels has nothing to do with your physicals, which isn't true because Yuta exists. You'd have to say that Yuta was like completely fumbling like 1/10 of what Gojo would normally be able to do. Which honestly,
he might have been, bro. Like he was just super bad with Gojo's like body. Like
I'm pretty sure like the whole point of that like thing even happening was to prove that like Gojo was him, even regardless of having like the 6 eyes and limitless. Like Gojo was just him anyway.
That was like the whole theme of that. Because like it kind of answers the question that Kenjaku asked him, is like, is he the strongest because
it's Gojo, or if you're Gojo because you're the strongest?
Yeah, he was the strongest because he's Gojo. Because it's like not only is he like have these really strong abilities, but Gojo's also just like crazy skilled. And Yuta does not have that crazy skill. So yeah, I definitely don't think it's fair to compare like Gojo to like this Yuta Gojo. He's nowhere near the real Gojo.
If anything, I think that would honestly, that would probably just make, because if you want to say that, because my personal opinion on this, your like power level, quote unquote, in JJK is like your physical stats combined with your cursed energy levels and output. So obviously Yuta's completely failing with cursed technique, and that we know if you're not using your cursed technique properly or at all, that is a significant debuff. But even then, that probably wouldn't even be like a 2 times debuff. Remember what I said earlier, Sukuna, even after a Jacob's Ladder and a Soul Split Katana, he's still only half of what, he's still only like half, a little under half what he should be. So.
But I'm just saying, like, it's not fair to like say this is how Gojo probably would have killed him, bro. Like that's what I'm saying.
Gojo would have done better, and like significantly better.
No, he would have just straight won, because like the gap between Gojo and this Yuta is like huge. It's huge. Like he's not. It's not just his curse techniques are worse. It's like everything he does is bad.
Ingenuity, just everything, bro.
Don't have any quantifiable.
He's not even like. Yeah, he's also like stupid. Like Sukuna's like, hey, did you think that Gojo was just gonna like let I was just gonna let him shoot hollow purple at me. Like, you're really trying to shoot hollow purple in my face? Like, I'm just gonna let you do that?
It was not good for the Yuta agenda at all. Yuta honestly on fraud watch for that one, because he really did fumble the entire Gojo thing. So okay, I'll concede on that.
I mean, here's another thing I would just say is like, Gojo says even against the full power Heian Sukuna, their fight would be extremely close, even against a full power one, let alone this like super nerfed one. So.
Like, yeah, he might give me some trouble, but nah, I'd win.
No, it's other than that too. Like, when he's in the afterlife talking, the TCB scan says like even if we fought without 10 shadows, it would have been extremely close. So like, the idea of like this Yuta scaling the real Gojo at all is like, it's just not right, bro. I'm sorry.
I already did concede to that. So
no, that's fair. No, you're fine. It's fine. I don't know. I just think Yuta fumbled horrendously. I'm not gonna lie.
No, he did. Like, I gotta be honest. The Yuta stocks plummeted that day. It was not good.
He might, like, you could make some crazy claims. You could say like, oh no, I'm not. I was gonna say he might be less skilled with the. And actually, no, I think he is. He might be less skilled with the curse techniques than like Teen Gojo was. Because he only had one use of them and one replacement, but like Gojo had them for years.
Well, okay. That's not
Gojo like nailed the hollow purple the first time he tried it. Yuta was like, how the hell do I do this?
True.
I want to counter by saying that Yuta is like a Sukuna level prodigy, but that's a really good counter argument to my counter argument. So I don't, because like, okay. There are two people in the series that can use reverse curse technique to heal other people. There are three, actually. There's Shoko, who's like a special case, and then there's Yuta and Sukuna. And those are the only two like combatants that can use curse energy to heal other people. But at the same time, Gojo actually used Hollow Purple correctly, and Yuta destroyed his own barrier with it. So I don't know. Maybe Yuta's a problem.
I also think, like, if Sukuna was at full power, I don't think Yuta and Gojo's body would have even been able to clash with him.
I don't think so either. I was actually going to find out.
Like, I think they might even say something about that, but, like...
it explicitly says that. Yuta explicitly says Sukuna at this level should be able to clash against him because he's, like, so injured. It's in the same chapter.
Yeah, because if this was like the actual Gojo, I think he would have just like won the clash. Because like Sukuna needed like full cursed energy to clash with Gojo.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Yuta says, taking Sukuna's fatigue into account, I should be able to stall the domain for 3 minutes like Gojo did.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, Sukuna's like, I don't even need 3 minutes. This guy's trash. This guy really thinks he's all bad. Gojo, like, it's like in Death Note when Nier is wearing L's mask and Light is like, you're not him, bro. Like shut the fuck up and sit down. You're not him. Don't even compare yourself.
Yeah, like Yuta was kind of on fraud watch from the Snailian. Thank you for the gifted membership, bro. I appreciate it. You know, as a matter of fact, let me give out some more. I think if I have some, I'll give out some more. Let me see. Did I have any? Oh yeah. I just sent out some. I sent out 5 gifted. But yeah, I think I'm going to end the debate there. The rest of my day schedule's kind of cooked. I was supposed to leave an hour and a half ago, but it is what it is. Is there any last things you guys want to say in the stream before I like close it out?
No, I think we covered everything. I think we've addressed everything. We didn't talk about Hakari all that much, but
yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to say, Lilo, you do have, like, the patience of a saint, because you get interrupted about every, like, 20 seconds in these debates.
Yeah, I try to be...
Sorry for doing that.
No, you're good. I try to be patient, and I, like, try to let people share their points. I listened back to the Kenjaku versus Toji debate, and people were just interrupting me, like, 90% of it. And I was thinking, like, I actually probably need to stop letting people do that. Because it got to the point where other people were pointing that out to me. They're like, bro, you just let other people interrupt you on your own stream, like, every stream. So So I probably need to like start muting people or something.
Who do you have winning that? Kenjaku versus Toji.
Kenjaku. I think like
Okay.
I say that Toji has win conditions, but like something I mean this is like spoilers to the video. But like Kenjaku just has more win conditions in total. Like Toji's best is just try to chop his head off with Soul Split Katana, or hit him with Inverted Spear of Heaven because it might turn off Kenjaku's body swap technique. But like a big problem though is Toji might not even know Kenjaku's using body swap. He might just think that's just adult ghetto and like never use the Inverted Spear of Heaven on him. And the other.
He might not even...
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I don't want to interrupt you because you just said people were constantly interrupting you. I don't feel like that, but.
Oh no, you're good. I mean, like the one other thing I was gonna say is you can also make an argument that Kenjaku's reaction speed might actually be just on par with Toji's because Toji got blitzed by Teen Gojo's purple the first time he used it, but then Kenjaku reacted to a black hole. So like you'd have to say that Teen Gojo's purple's faster than a black hole the first time he used it, and I don't know.
That'd be pretty funny to pull out, but yeah, honestly, I think, in my opinion, I don't think it's close. But that's just me, because you could scale Toji to Maki, and then like like with a 10%. Yeah.
Hey Lilo, are you gonna ever do what was it? It was like Toji versus Kashimo, or?
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that soon.
I thought you just said me to.
What was that?
Sorry, guys.
Oh no, you're good. Yeah, I mean, I will do that. I just wanted to do the Yuji versus Hakari because I've been doing like back-to-back Toji videos for a while. But...
That's fair. Toji's interesting to put up against people, so that's fair.
Yeah, he is. He definitely is a cool character in general too. He's more interesting to put in versus battles than Maki is because he has like more fight IQ than Maki, I'd say, and just more tools.
Higher battle IQ, and he has more tools. He has the Inverted Spear of Heaven and the Chain of 1,000 Miles. So like and he has a pistol. So already like, yeah, he's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I feel like.
Oh no, you're good. You didn't interrupt. But yeah, he's cool. And I also want to just do more Yuji videos because like I actually really do think he's like the most overglazed because like anytime I put Yuji in a poll, he always wins. Like people think he's stronger than Hakari, people think he's stronger than Yuki, people think he's like literally like top 3, top 4. So I don't know.
He is, but...
Do you think, hey Lila, just like off the top of your head, do you think Yuji beats like any of the like top tier characters, like not Gojo and Sukuna, but like the other top tier characters?
I think he can beat Maki, but like he has to survive long enough to get strong enough to beat her. And maybe I don't know who else. Maybe just that. Like, I don't know, because like Yuki, he has a chance against Yuki as well, but it's hard to say. Like, I was thinking Yuki might just overwrite his domain if they try to clash.
Well, we don't know anything. Okay, I'll just wait for the Yuji versus Yuki stream to make that argument.
Yeah, I'm gonna do streams for like all of these. Like, I always do like a stream before I make a video on it. Like, almost always.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm still waiting for that Yorozu versus Yuki debate.
Oh, I think Yorozu's above all these guys. Like, I have Yorozu above Yuji for sure. I think Yorozu's really interesting to scale.
I think
I would love the Yorozu because Yorozu is like kind of crazy.
Yeah.
She's like underrated in my opinion.
Like she was still losing to a Sukuna that wasn't even using his curse technique. Like he was just playing around with her.
Yeah, but like the only one who can fight that Sukuna is really Gojo. Like no one else can really fight him.
Well, I have arguments for Yuta, but
well, yeah, maybe Yuta could hold his own a little bit at like full power, maybe. But...
You think so? I don't think so.
I mean, I think 15 Finger Sukuna would win, but I don't know. Like,
I think if you want to say that Yorozu would beat all these guys because of True Sphere, then yeah.
Yeah, the perfect sphere is insane. Like, just one shots like anyone.
It's like low key. It's like the strongest domain except like Gojo's. Like in terms of what it does to you if you get caught in it, it just insta kills.
There's a difference between the true sphere and threefold affliction or threefold affection. I'd have to look. I can't remember what her technique's called or her domain, but
Thank you.
the true.
I think you're correct.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, like you can't simple domain that. That's just going to one tap you. I think it would just instantly destroy a simple domain and one tap them.
Like, honestly, nah. I might need to adjust my JJK top 10 for that because no one can really, like Sukuna, because he has Maharaga, if you grant him the 10 shadows. Maybe Gojo, if you make hollow purple that. But fucking, like, Yuji, Yuta, Hakari, they're all cooked.
Yeah.
Maki is also cooked. Like, she can maybe move out of the way because she won't be affected by the sure hit effect, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean... Oh, go ahead. What were you saying?
I was just gonna ask, what do you guys think about Yorozu versus Kenjaku? I've never heard anyone really spoke on that topic.
Yeah, that should be a really close one. I mean, I lean towards Kenjaku just because the 10 million curses is insane. But
Uzumaki is not. It's like, unless you want to say Uzumaki scales to like the total cursed energy reserves of Rika, which is stated to be limitless, and you ignore the fact that limitless can just mean like very great, then maybe you can argue that Uzumaki scales to true spirit. But like that, I as like an AJK highball, I think that's kind of a stretch.
You know, there's one thing I never said in the Kenjaku versus Toji video. So, like, Kenjaku absorbs Tengen. And there's a scene where he, like, summons Tengen as a cursed spirit. He could use Tengen and Uzumaki and then just get his immortality.
That is true. Okay. Tengen's immortality seems to be more like agelessness and not like can never die ever.
Oh, yeah. I think I know what you mean.
Yeah, I don't know. We've just never seen Tengen take damage, so we don't know like what would happen. Like if Tengen's hit, does he just instantly regen like Hakari? Like does he become like Majin Buu, or like what would actually happen? But
Hakari is the only other character stated to be an immortal. And since Tengen has an immortality curse technique, you could argue that they call Hakari that because it's similar to what Tengen can do. I don't know if I would believe that personally, but that's an argument you could make.
And I'm seeing someone in the chat say, wouldn't it just be one-time use? Yeah, but it's like, if you use immortality once, like, it's just, you're immortal, you know? So, like, that's how I think of it. It's like, he's used...
Even if you want... Or my bad.
Oh, no, what were you saying?
My bad.
No, you're good. I want to hear what you're saying.
I was just about to say, even if you wanted to say that, like, Kenjaku would only have it for, like, a second or something, he can just, like if he's against, like, True Fear or something, he just uses the immortality technique the second it hits him, and, like, he's completely fine afterwards. Like, his immortality just regenerates him.
Yeah, it might be something like that. Like, it, like, basically could work as revive.
Yeah, it's basically just, like, a video game revive. But that's if you want to be, like,
I feel like sorry. I was just gonna say, like, I feel like the only people that, like, besides Gojo and Sukuna that could potentially beat Tengen are, like, Mythical Beast Amber Kashimo and, like, maybe Yorozu if you're, like, highballing her.
That's kind of what I think, too.
I think Yorozu beats Kashimo, not gonna lie to you, bro.
Oh, yeah, I think so, too. Like, I don't know how the lightning would interact with her armor. Would it just, like, bounce off?
Oh, actually,
I mean, she can shape it into, like, she can turn it into, like, anything, so if she just made, like, some rubber, like, theoretically, that would negate it.
And also, he doesn't have a domain. Kashimo doesn't have a domain, which is kind of crazy downscale.
Yeah, all he has is, like, hollow wicker basket, so, like...
The most ass anti-domain technique. It only works for Sukuna. He has 4 arms. Everyone else is, like, fucking like a sitting duck.
Yeah, that's not gonna stop Perfect Sphere, so he'd be cooked.
Yeah, do that. It just negates the sure hit effect. It's not like Falling Blossom emotion. So even then...
So you can still just be hit by it?
Yeah, because the way, like, Simple Domain works is, like, it negates the sure hit effect, but it doesn't mean that it won't hit you. You still need to be able to dodge it.
Yes,
this may be hot too, but I got Yuji over Kashimo as well, but yeah.
Base. No base.
I think against base Kashimo, there's an argument, but I don't see him beating NBA.
I think like it's really not all that. Like, okay, here's the thing, right? Here's what I use for Kashimo, right? Sukuna uses the world cutting slash, and it cuts off a piece of Kashimo's face, and then, excuse me, Sukuna uses the world cutting slash against Maki, and she's able to dodge it. So, unless you want to say like the speed of the world cutting slash is affected by Sukuna's like cursed energy output, but even then, from what we discussed today, you could honestly argue that Sukuna's output wasn't even like that much lower, or wasn't even lowered at all, if you don't think he got like amps from the Black Flash. So, but that's a different discussion. That's different territory.
Yeah, I need to do more. Because I want to do all of the Jujutsu Kaisen versus battles that are like challenging and controversial, basically. Like all of the close ones, I want to do all of them. So I will eventually do all of those. Like I'll do a Yuji versus Yuki, Yuji versus Kashimo. I'll do all of those and I always end up turning them into videos too. So.
And please do a Jogo. Jogo is so underrated, bro. Please
yeah,
do
Jogo. So another thing, like that's something that like massively downscales Toji is the fact that Megami said, I think he's like on par with Three Finger Sukuna in speed. That's such a.
That wouldn't be. That's so inconsistent. That's not even. That's such a bad. I hate that statement.
But I mean, it's there though. Like,
I
and
love that statement.
it's because it's like you can't just ignore it because it's right there. And like the other thing is, Three Finger Sukuna was damaged, so his output was lowered, and he wasn't even trying. Like he tells Megami, he's like not trying. So it's like you got Toji on par with like a holding back Three Finger Sukuna in speed, and then that also like backs up the idea of how nerfed Sukuna really was, like in the final battle.
It's like the weird thing is like really like Jogo kind of has like speed anti-feats too, where he's like slower than Naoya or Naobito. Like at full speed, Naobito would be faster.
Yeah, but Naobito is probably faster than Naoya though. That's kind of because like Naobito is just the
faster than like Curse Naoya.
Oh yeah, probably not. Yeah.
Not like Curse Naoya fodder speed wise compared to like Hakari, but that gets more into like calcs and shit, and yeah. So,
but also like Megami wasn't even coming close to hitting Toji, so he couldn't really measure like Toji's precognition. Like he's just measuring like his raw speed, not like what's the limit of what Toji can dodge, because his precog lets him go beyond like what his speed can handle.
Yeah, to that actually would be Megami's just okay. This might be a little coke, not gonna lie, but Megami's just like the level of blitz that happened, because you could make an argument that Megami got stronger between actually no, he did just objectively get stronger between Sukuna and fighting Toji, because we see him fight a stronger finger bearer and actually win.
Yeah, when he unlocks his first domain.
And Plank in the chat, he said there's a statement that Jogo was the strongest available opponent for Sukuna to fight when Sukuna was five fingered.
That's actually a fake statement, unfortunately.
Is it a fake statement? I've seen a few people say it, that it was from an interview or something.
I couldn't find the guide where it says that, and then the scan that I did see online references Naruto for some reason. Like, I honestly, my personal opinion, it's a fake scan. It's not. It's like that solar system level Sukuna scan. Like, unless someone can like find this, like where it's from, but I haven't been able.
Yeah, I don't know. I need to look more into it now, but I also like I've been thinking maybe I should get into Modulo, but it just kind of looks boring. I don't know.
I think it's kind of okay. It's like okay.
I mean,
the potential JJK upscale. I'm really hoping we get like really bullshit MFTL plus feet from that. I think that'd be so funny.
I think it's just like it's more like political. You know what I mean? It's almost like JJK was like all about fights. This is almost like the opposite, but not in the way One Piece is opposite. It's like, what if instead of being all about fights, it was all about like politics? Like,
It's like the worst parts of the Phantom Menace, where like everyone's just talking about trade disputes, and that's all JJ Modulo is.
Yeah, that doesn't sound too interesting, because like to me that series is disappointing because I wanted a Heian era flashback really badly. Like, it would have been cool to see Kid Sukuna and like see his life, but they just went like the Boruto route, so I don't like that. The only cool thing that I've seen from Modulo is a Heavenly Restriction user uses Simple Domain from a Curse tool. So like that's the only cool thing I've seen from that.
Yeah, there's also like weird stuff, because like domains, or not domains, but like barrier techniques always just do like weird magic things. Like at the start they fight a dude and he basically has like Flying Thunder God, but he just is using barriers for it. Like, it's not his innate technique. That's just something you can do with barriers.
That's kind of crazy. I need to look at that. Also, oh yeah, one last thing I wanted to say. I think I might end up doing a I mean, I've done like 5 different Gojo versus Sukuna debates before. I might do one more, because we were having this debate in my Discord chat. We were talking about, like, you guys know the statement where they say the cursed fingers grew stronger every day for 1,000 years. There's that statement, but like one part of it people don't really talk about is like Gojo says we don't have anyone who can seal them anymore. And there's like some things that imply maybe Tengen like created the talisman that was sealing them, because like Tengen, he's in control of like sealing all the other cursed things that are dangerous. And so usually the counterpoint people use is like, oh no, it just means that the seal's getting weaker, that's why more cursed energy is leaking out of it. But if Tengen was the one who created the seal, then no, the fingers objectively are getting stronger, because it means like they've gotten so strong even Tengen can't seal them now. So like that was like a debate point we were talking about the other day.
Sorry, go ahead, bro.
Oh, my bad. No, sorry. My bad.
You started speaking before me, bro. Go ahead.
No. Okay, but I think Gojo's so full of shit because he's like, we don't have anyone that can destroy Sukuna's fingers, so either Sukuna's fingers are like hollow purple level, or like Gojo was just lying out his ass.
I mean, I think the implication is that, like, due to a binding vow of how they work, they literally are, like, near indestructible.
Yeah, that's what it was gonna. That's what I'm keep trying to say, bro. It's just in reference to the fact that the cursed fingers cannot be destroyed. That is the curse that is getting stronger. The fact it can't be destroyed, because we know Sukuna is not indestructible.
But no, I mean,
Sukuna himself is not indestructible. Even at 20 fingers, each finger is indestructible and cannot be destroyed.
Yeah, I'm saying, even if you ignore that, the fact that no one can seal them anymore, but someone sealed them before, that means that they got stronger. If Tengen was the one who sealed it, that means let me word it like this. If Tengen was the one who created the seal, like Tengen does for like all their other things, that means at one point Tengen was strong enough to seal it, right? But now he can't. So that means like the fingers themselves got stronger. Unless you want to say Tengen got worse at barrier techniques, but I don't think he did.
It's not stated, so that would just be like a assumption at best.
You know, just be an assumption.
I don't know. I just think it's an interesting argument that can be made. Yeah, I think it's interesting. But all right, I think.
Actually.
Oh, what were you saying?
I do have. I'm sorry. I do have one thing for you in reference to Sukuna's fingers growing stronger. You could argue whether or not this relates to the fingers, but Yuji in the calling games doesn't really say that he can feel Sukuna's power growing. He says it in the manga too, but I have the calling games trailer scan on hand, so that's what but yeah.
He said, I can feel his power growing stronger. Oh, that is crazy. Do you know, what, like, let me see if that's, if I could find that in the manga. Like, I wonder what chapter it would be. Probably right before he sees Naoya, right?
Yeah, it's like right. Yeah, actually, hold on. I can grab it right now because. But it's like chapter. Sorry, chapter 100.
139.
Oh no, yeah, 139. Okay. 117, not even close.
Wait, you said it was 139? Or it's not?
No. I was wrong.
Because I want to find that. I've never seen that.
It might be in one. It's chapter what? Oh, hold on, actually. Okay, hold on.
I'm looking for it as well.
Yeah, because Yuji says he could feel Sukuna getting stronger. That's kind of crazy. I want to see that.
You mean this is when he's speaking to Choso? Or no? There's something else. I think that is in chapter 135 to like 138. Let me check.
He says, I think that's because of Sukuna. I can tell that his strength is growing. It's in chapter 138, page.
Oh, you found it?
You don't think that's a reference to the fact that he's 15 fingers now instead of 5?
Well, remember, Yuji, like, Sukuna eats 10 fingers go. And then Yuji fights Mahito. So there's a pretty significant chunk of time where Yuji could have recognized his power increase, and he only says it after.
Yeah, but a lot of stuff was going on, like the death of Nanami and, you know, the possible death of, what's her name?
Why would Yuji, he can
Nobara?
growing?
Nobara. I don't think he would be studying, like, Sukuna at that point in time, like the power aspect, you know, like.
Yeah, but we say, I felt like Sukuna got a lot stronger, or I feel Sukuna's gotten more powerful. He says it as if it's still happened. He says, I can tell that his strength is growing, and in the anime he says, I can feel his power growing stronger. That implies that it's happening, like, even in that moment, like, I can feel Sukuna's growing in strength as I am speaking right now.
Yeah, that is that is a good point. I mean, it shows the fingers, but like the fact that he says he feels his strength growing, it does seem like he's saying even now, it seems like he's getting stronger even now.
You said this is which chapter?
I have it on the stream right now. It's 138, page 15.
Okay. Yeah. 138, page 15.
Yeah, he's talking to him. He says, "How are your injuries?" He says, "I'm good despite being hit by a black flash. I think it's because of Sukuna. I can tell his strength is growing."
So,
right, but remember that would have been due to the effects of like Sukuna, like after Sukuna still ingested the other 10 fingers. So
here's the thing, right? So Yuji attributes the Black Flash, him surviving Black Flash, to Sukuna, and then he says, "I can feel his power is growing." Present tense.
Yeah.
So he knew Sukuna was more powerful when he got hit by Black Flash, and then he says he's even stronger now.
Yeah,
the fact that he said.
Sorry, I was just agreeing. No, yeah, that's a good point.
Interpret it a little differently. I don't know.
Well, yeah, you can interpret it differently, but like, you know, your interpretation has, in my subjective and not at all factual opinion, I think it has less legs to stand on, due to the wording used in both the manga and the anime.
Yeah, I think it would be like if he was just talking about like. I think if Yuji was just saying like the reason I'm fine is because I ate those extra fingers, I think he would like have worded this a little differently.
Yeah, he probably would have actually said like, I think Sukuna consumed more fingers or something, if it was just the power increase from the fingers.
Yeah, like, so basically this kind of just backs up the idea that, like, the fingers themselves keep getting stronger with time.
I don't know, bro, because at the end of the day, Sukuna was still able to say, the mummy, you know, what was the Shibutsu mummy? The skeleton?
Wait, what about it?
The skeleton
I know what
has no fractions of his soul left. Like, just the dregs of his cursed energy was like the equivalent of one finger. Like, so I don't really think like they grow, to be honest. Like, I'm not gonna so.
Like,
I don't really.
Energy is growing stronger anyway. Then the mummified head would also be growing stronger, even if it has like a little itty bitty bit of cursed energy. After 1,000 years, that would add up. Sukuna doesn't even say it. He says he can compensate for one digit. He doesn't say it'd be like exactly equal. Compensate for plot.
I think I would have to look at the scans because I thought one had said you can make up for it with let me just see.
It depends on your reading.
Do you guys remember when it shows Sukuna in the afterlife with Mahito, and he's like, "There's two paths I could have taken, and there's just some woman." Like, who is that woman?
Was that your road?
Oh, that's Urame, yeah.
Oh.
Wait, hold on. Actually, let me.
Because one's Urame, and the other is this woman.
There's also a statement in like the Kyoto Games thing where Gojo says Yuji's gotten stronger from like the fingers too. I read that the other day. I'm trying to find it again.
Gojo does say that he's gotten way stronger, but Yuji actually doesn't eat any fingers between the third finger that he eats at the detention center and the fourth finger he eats during the when he fights Choso's brothers. I failed to remember the name of that arc.
Yeah, basically, most of the strength Yuji gains throughout the story is because of eating Sukuna's fingers and absorbing his energy, and like Sukuna taking over his body and like training his body by using it.
Yeah, that's like the main argument you can use for Yuji not being a prodigy.
I mean,
I still think it has. I still think it lays outside of just that, to be honest. But you can use that as an argument, I guess.
I'm trying to find this Gojo statement because like he says like are the like old people afraid of Yuji from the strength he's gaining from the fingers? Like, I'm trying to find that. I remember I read it the other day.
He also says when he arrives and during the Goodwill event, he says that Yuji's gotten way stronger thanks to Toto's teachings. So it's not just the fingers. Like Yuji's also growing stronger, just because like Yuji is growing stronger. It's not like all like fucking that one panel where Gojo's like, "You look like a lost alien." It's not like Yuji's propped up solely by Sukuna.
Yeah, he's also like gifted with Black Flash, like, and you could say that that's like talent on its own.
Could I just say one thing to what we were talking about earlier? I don't know which scan. You said you were reading the base scan or the TCB scans, bro?
Me, right now I'm looking at TCB. I think TCB is better, yeah.
Oh, well, on the TCB scans about the finger and the skeleton, it says don't stress about it. I can easily make up for one finger's worth of power with this.
Yeah, like I think that one might have actually been worth more than a finger, but that's it.
And the whole head, in contrast to just a finger. So you never know.
It says snail. Oh, my fault.
Yeah, but like the skeleton doesn't contain the soul. Like that was like my whole thing. Like, wouldn't the so like.
Snallian, thank you for the 6 months of membership, bro. One Piece stream before the end of the year. Yeah, I'll definitely do one, bro. I'll definitely do at least one. Like, I want to talk about like the new stuff with hockey, and I can do that. I was also thinking about doing another Shanks versus Mihawk. But thanks again for the
membership. You should. I really would like to see your opinion on that, to be honest. Especially now after like God Valley and whatnot.
So
the stuff done.
I think it's more likely that Mihawk is stronger, but just using like debate skills and like knowledge on the One Piece story, you can argue Shanks being stronger just through hockey blooms.
Dude, some of the videos you'll see about Shanks being stronger are like crazy. Like they use the most like esoteric, like it gets into like the definitions of like every word to explain why Shanks is stronger.
Well, yeah, I mean like the approach I take, because like I don't know why no one else takes this approach. All you have to do to say Shanks is stronger is you just have to say that his dreams are bigger, so he's gotten more hockey blooms. Like, he's pushed himself more. That's the only argument you really... That's the strongest argument for Shanks being superior, because you can say something like, they were dueling each other for years and years, and we never know who won those duels. Like, for all we know, Shanks could have been superior the whole time during that. Then he loses an arm, and then Mihawk gets the world's strongest title. All you have to do to say Shanks is stronger is to say, like, from the time he lost an arm until right now, he got so many hockey blooms that he, like, surpassed where Mihawk is. And there's a lot of ways you can back that up. It's because, like, Shanks, his bounty went from 1 billion to 4 billion, so he quadrupled it with, like, a very small crew. He had to be out there grinding. So, like, you'd have to make arguments like that. Where, meanwhile, like, Mihawk became a warlord, and from all we've seen, he's just been chilling. He was, like, in the East Blue. Like, he might not have been grinding, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is, like, Shanks has a lot going for him. The one thing is just the fact that Mihawk is said to be the world's strongest swordsman, and not just that it's said, but that, like, Zoro is inevitably gonna fight him and surpass him, and so if Shanks was still stronger than Zoro by the end of the story, it would be like, then he's not the world's strongest swordsman, so, like, what the hell?
Yeah, and, I mean, there are ways you can get past that, like, Shanks might die and stuff like that, so... But yeah, it's like, if you just like use like all the information possible in One Piece, you can infinitely just keep saying Shanks is stronger just by using like like, here's another example you can use is like, look at how much stronger characters like Zoro and Sanji get in just one arc. So like, for example, compare current Sanji to where he was at the start of the post time skip. Like, current Sanji right now is like considerably stronger than start of post time skip Zoro, and like in their verse only like 1 month has passed. So that's evidence that like rivals can go back and forth surpassing each other with just 1 month of effort. And if Shanks is actually out there grinding, like he's revealed he wants to get the One Piece, he wants to do bigger things than Mihawk, you can have a good argument that like Shanks has pushed harder, gone farther, you know.
Yeah, there's even like weird. I don't know if did you see like the spoilers? There's like spoilers.
I've seen the spoilers. I didn't want to bring them up.
Wait, like for a new chapter?
Bring them up if Lilo hasn't seen them or if anyone hasn't seen them.
For which chapter?
The latest chapter, like spoilers.
Man, hold up. Maybe I'll just look at them right now. Hold on.
Yeah, please do them. Please do.
Like you said,
This is gonna spark a whole. It already has sparked a whole different debate.
Is it 1167?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I'll look it up. 1167 spoilers. I just typed it in, so let me see.
I'm gonna peace out, guys. But thank you very much for having me here. I appreciate it very much.
See you, bro. Yeah, no worries, man. Thanks for tuning in. All right, chat. Everyone who's here for Jujutsu Kaisen, this is about to become a One Piece stream for the next few minutes. I was supposed to leave hours ago. I don't even know what this has become. But
dude,
yeah.
Dude, I'm so sorry. Everyone does this to you, and you just like accept it. Like everyone just keeps you here.
Oh no, it's fine.
Forever.
No, it's fine. So yeah, everyone in chat who doesn't want to be spoiled on the newest One Piece chapter 1167 spoilers, I recommend you leave right now because we're probably going to start talking about them. So I'm just reading these real quick. Let me see what this says.
Yeah.
Oh, Shanks freed Fisher Tiger? That's crazy. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
What else? Like Oda? Okay, here's just a whole other separate thing. I really do think Oda is like, in terms of quality, I really do think he's the best mangaka right now. Because like, I saw, you guys know RDC, the YouTube channel RDC? Yeah, they made Mark from RDC made a great point. He was like, think about how skilled of an author you have to be popular from like the point when Dragon Ball Z was running on TV in that era, that whole era. He was running then all the way till right now where we have TikTok and all this stuff, like, and still keeping people's attention through that whole thing. That's crazy. Because when One Piece, oh, sorry, what?
No, I was agreeing with you. I was just saying, definitely is crazy.
Yeah, because like One Piece came out in 1997, and like Dragon Ball Z didn't even finish. The anime didn't finish until like 2003. So like when One Piece started, when like DBZ was in the Cell Saga on TV, like it still like went from there till now. That's insane.
Yeah, that is crazy, especially because like most manga don't even make it like a month or something. Like they make it like at most like a few months, and then they're like canceled.
Yeah, Oda's on a actually generational run. But okay, so I'm looking at this. I don't see any like power scaling stuff in this though.
Yeah, the only reason why I brought this up, I only wanted to bring it up briefly. I didn't want to start the whole thing. Was I was saying this is arguably like a Shamrock upscale.
Shamrock.
Because it says that like his talent is equal to Shanks, and
Oh,
like,
it says
he still has 2 arms.
Yeah.
Where does it? Hold on.
I don't know if you saw that, Lilo.
It says Shamrock's talent equal. I don't see it in this like stack of the spoilers.
That's one of the spoilers, though. That some people say it's not the same. Some people says that it's similar, which is different. But
Yeah, we'll have to wait till see the actual chapter because sometimes these spoilers just actually get things wrong. And like I remember this happened in one of the recent chapters where like Roger and Garp were fighting rocks. Like the spoiler said they just clash one time and the chapter ends, but they fought for like the whole chapter. So like sometimes they just get stuff wrong. But.
Yeah, that's true. I just wanted to bring that up because I mean, obviously Shanks could have gotten like stronger than him. He could have just surpassed Shamrock. But if that is true, like you could argue Shamrock is just like 2-armed Shanks at this point, which would be insane.
That would be crazy. But I mean, that doesn't, just because they have similar talent doesn't mean they put in the same amount of training, right? Like you could argue that Buggy and Shanks have the same talent because he was keeping up with Shanks when they were kids, but Buggy just did nothing. And that's also like more evidence to the idea of like Shanks being stronger than Mihawk too, because you see the difference that like applying yourself and getting hockey blooms actually makes. I mean,
do you think it was enough to not only bridge the gap but to surpass Mihawk?
Yes, because we don't even know if Mihawk was stronger than Shanks in the first place. Like we don't, like for example, we don't even know how Mihawk got the world's strongest title. Did he take it from somebody, or or is it similar to like how Garp got the Hero of the Marines title? Did he get it from just like being impressive in one instance? And they're like, oh, he's got to be the strongest one. You know, we don't even know how he got the title.
I guess we know. All we really know is that like they were relative, Mihawk and Shanks, and that even like back in the day they were like completely cracked because Whitebeard saw them fight and he was like, "This is one of the most legendary fights I've ever seen in my life." So like obviously it wasn't just like Shanks one tap Mihawk or like Mihawk one tap Shanks. Like they were going crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. And also like I might need to look at the exact dialogue, but yeah, I might be wrong with this dialogue, but like Shanks might have said something to Mihawk like, "Are you here to settle the score?" Like when Mihawk pulls up on him. So you could take that as saying
that is what he said.
Then yeah, you could take that as saying Shanks just beat him, bro. Like, you know, so like Shanks was ahead.
Maybe that the fights just were inconclusive. That, you know, because it does say that they were equal. It never says who won. Like, just says they were equal, or that Shanks once was able to fight equally with the world's strongest swordsman.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The Shanks versus Mihawk debate is just interesting, but like the best argument you could make for Shanks is just the concept of hockey blooms eclipsing Mihawk, because like we know that Shanks has been out there grinding for a long time, and his goal is actually to get the One Piece. Meanwhile, Mihawk had like reached his dream already, and he just didn't really have any more ambition after that.
Yeah, I mean, like, definitely Shanks, like, just clearly does more stuff, like, even off-screen, because what we saw with, like, Egghead, it's like, okay, he had to go deal with Bartolomeo, and he had to go deal with Kid, and, like, he's probably doing stuff like that all the time. Like, that's probably just happening to him, like, every week. He dealt with Loki, he fought Loki and, like, captured him. Like, he's doing shit like this all the time.
Yeah.
Mihawk is just chilling on an island.
Yeah, and another thing is, like, Shanks just has a very, like all of his outside of his crew, like all of his fleet is just a bunch of weaklings. So if anyone messes with his fleet, he probably just comes and low diffs them. But like, I think most people would be smart enough to not do that unless you're Bartolomeo. Because like Bartolomeo did that and they just showed up and smoked him immediately.
Yeah, basically like nobody would be stupid enough to do that except like Bartolomeo or like Luffy. Like if Shanks was a bad guy instead of a good guy and they weren't friends and Luffy pulled up on like Shanks Island, he probably would just start trashing Shanks and like messing shit up.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like that, exactly what he did to Big Mom, he would do that to Shanks too. But also like, so here's my thoughts on One Piece as a whole. I think it's like just the reverse of Jujutsu Kaisen. Like instead of being super good fights and like all right story, it's like super good story and all right fights.
Yeah, you're not like. It's the
Yeah, I mean like, yeah, it was like, because basically the fights I saw back to back were like that fight with like Rocks and Roger and Garp, and then back to back with like Kashimo versus Hakari, and it's like night and day like quality, to be honest. Like it's not like the art's bad, but you know, like the choreography is like completely incomparable in quality.
Exactly. Like yeah, Oda's not very good at that. Like he's all right at fight choreography, but that's like, you can tell that's not his skill. You know, like that's not, like I think the best thing he does in his fights, he's really good at like making the characters look cool, like have like cool poses as they do kicks and stuff. He's always been good at that, but the actual choreography of stuff that's happening is just not anywhere near as good as like Jujutsu Kaisen.
Agreed 1000%.
Like I think one of the coolest choreography things that he does in his fights a lot is like that split kick that he has Luffy do, where he'll like duck underneath something and then do like a split kick. That's just like cool positioning of the characters. But that's like different than choreography, like chaining cool stuff together. He's just not as good at that part.
Well, what is your favorite art in One Piece, Leos?
I mean, it's probably still Marineford, just because it just has the most impactful, sad moment in it. But like, honestly, if Elbaf gives Usopp a moment where he gets a big power up, gives a speech, then it'll probably be Elbaf, because Elbaf's like lore is just insane. And I also think the humor is really good.
I didn't hear you.
Yeah, what were you saying, Anna?
Sorry, I was just saying, like, maybe I'm just weak to, like, recency bias, like, propaganda, but, like, Rocks is, like, the coolest character ever. Like, he was, like, the coolest character in the manga.
Yeah, he was.
Like, I love this dude, like, every time he was on screen.
Yeah, Rocks is that dude.
Yeah, no, Rocks was handled really well. I really like his interactions with Harold. Like when he's giving the speech about like the Davy clan, I think that's just such a good moment. And that's one of the things I really like about One Piece is like it just still feels like One Piece. Like when I read Naruto, I remember in like the final arcs it like kind of stopped feeling like Naruto. But like One Piece to me still feels like One Piece.
Yeah, I do think. I was just saying, I think there is like a tone shift with Naruto for sure near the end. I still like it at the end of Naruto, but it is like more different from the rest of the series. Like to me, Naruto feels very different from the time there's like a time skip. Like the whole tone of it is like changing very much from like the first half or the first part.
Yeah, me and my friends we sit and talk about this all the time. Just the whole concept of like hand signs, you know, and it just shifted. It shifted actually.
Yeah, it did. It did. Sorry, what were you saying?
A lot of the aspects. I just said it took out a lot of the aspects that made it like great, like, you know.
Yeah, I just think like the fourth Great Ninja War, it was just kind of like a lot of weird stuff happening back to back, to the point where it like wasn't that hype. It just felt weird. Like, I don't know, that's kind of how I felt.
I think, like, here's the thing. I think there's a lot of stuff that's hype, My problem is all the fights that are almost like fan service fights, where like they just bring back all the dead characters, but it's like it's mostly just like fan service. I'm like, can we cut this? Like whenever Madara shows up, like that's sick. And like Obito, I like the Obito fight where they're fighting like 10 Tails Obito, and when Kakashi's fighting Obito when he has like the Rinnegan. But I think like overall, it's like a lot of stuff is just like this is just here for like fan service, and it's like padding out the whole arc too much.
Yeah, and like there's just weird stuff like Kakashi getting like the double Mangekyo Sharingan from like Obito's ghost was very strange.
Yeah, everything about the Kaguya fight was just like insane. Like it made like no sense.
Yeah, like you could tell that Kishimoto wrote himself into a corner and like didn't really know what to do. But like
It's kind of Bleach.
I mean, I just actually like adore One Piece though, because every time I read it, I'm just impressed. I'm just like, how is he still like cooking like this? Like, even like the Saul reunion stuff, like how he had Robin get her old hairstyle back for it, and like they kept showing like flashback moments to when she was a kid. I'm like, bro, he's still cooking. Like, this feels like some early One Piece stuff, and like he just knows how to make it still feel the same.
Yeah, guys, I gotta add him.
Yeah, I think like there's some stuff. I know a lot of people complain about like there's less character moments, like there's less like downtime. But I mean that's kind of just because the whole story's like reaching its end. Like Oda is cramming. Basically, you can tell as much information in every single panel as is physically possible. So, like all the panels are like half to 3/4 text.
Exactly. Like you can tell that is a huge difference from early One Piece to current One Piece. You can tell exactly that, because like I was reading some like pre-time skip One Piece stuff the other day, and it's like there's barely any text on the page a lot of the times. But then you look at like current chapters and it's like almost Hunter x Hunter levels of text, because like it's exactly what you said. He's trying to like close all of these loose ends, answer all of these mysteries, and he's still adding like more mysteries into it.
Yeah, and that's what's crazy is like every chapter. That's one of the things that does make reading it so fun. Is like every chapter, unironically, has like at least 3 or 4 reveals. Like the last chapter, it was like, okay, we see how they, beat rocks. We see like Dragon's origin. Like just in God Valley, it's like rocks, Dragon's origin. The stuff with Emu, there's like some weird thing about like a god potentially sleeping under God Valley. Like there's so much stuff in every single chapter that's revealed, to the point where even the one panel cover stories sometimes have like crazy lore in them. Like it's just so much information and like so many reveals. And usually they hit. Like it's usually not like a lame thing or it's like a letdown. It's like usually it actually is like a good payoff.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. Like even the stuff with side characters is really cool. Like the that one cover story where they said they like made a like a grave for Moria, and it said like he was a hero. That like completely changed the way I saw Moria with just one panel. I'm like, oh, like because it connected a lot of things, because when Moria was introduced, he's introduced as a lazy pirate who gave up on his dreams. And I like never thought about it. I was like, what was his dream originally? And it probably had to do with like being a samurai. Like he was like a samurai who gave up on being a samurai and just became like fat and crazy.
I mean, I think also like, yeah, it did have to do with being a samurai. He probably also was one of the people that like wanted to get the One Piece, but it's almost like Rocks, where like Rocks basically gave up his dream to try to save his family. I think Moria did the same thing. Like when he heard Kaido like took over Wano, he went right over there to fight him and try to save Wano.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. He just got cooked and gave up. It's actually like, I just love One Piece. It's really cool. Like it has its problems, but like it's just so impressive to me. Like it really does just impress me more than any other manga that I've read. As a total like product. I'm trying to find the panel where the Straw Hats like first enter into Elbaf. Like one of the really cool things that they do is I just found it. The narrator gives like a speech from Louis Arnott the Explorer, and this is like the exact same. It's like a continuation of the speech where when they enter a little garden and they meet Dory and Brogy for the first time, the narrator just starts randomly speaking about some speech, and it just says like stated by Louis Arnott the Explorer, and then like that speech is continued when you get to Elbaf like 1,000 chapters later. Like that's one of the coolest details. Like,
yeah, and then that's the thing too, is it's like you never know when it's gonna bleed into another thing. Like, this probably won't happen, but it's like, for all we know, there will be a part later in Elbaf where it's like, hi, I'm Louis Arnott, the Explorer, and, like, I have all this lore information. Like, you never know if that's going to turn into something with One Piece.
Yeah, I mean, because, like, the Straw Hats, they don't even know who Louis Arnott, the Explorer, is. It's just his quotes just randomly pop up whenever they show up around giants. Like, it's just crazy stuff. But I will say, like, one of Oda's biggest fumbles so far is just Usopp as a whole, because like Usopp should be way better than he is right now. Like, I honestly think Usopp is Oda's biggest fumble, like, ever.
Yeah, I think it's like Usopp, it's just weird because it's like it sets him up for a character arc and a character change that he never gets.
Yeah.
Where, like, he's supposed to be way more, like, brave, but then he's just a coward again, and he doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, it's just, like, it's such a bad fumble that it actually annoys me. That's one of the main reasons why I think, like, if he can fix Usopp in, like, 3 pages. Like, 3-4 pages. Like, you just have Usopp, like, reflect on all of his fumbles and just give him a speech about how he can't keep fumbling anymore. They're, like, too close to being king of the pirates, and then you just give him one cool moment, and it's just like, that's peak. He's fixed. Like, that's all you got to do to fix Usopp. Like, because he had enough cool moments in pre-time skip, I thought, honestly.
Yeah, usually I wouldn't be surprised if in this arc, like, Usopp maybe is the one to bring down the Killing Hand dude who spawns the monsters, because usually whenever there's like a situation like this, Usopp handles it. Like on Thriller Bark, he handled Perona, and she was, like, trolling everyone with ghosts. And then in Dressrosa, he, like, handles the girl who's turning everyone into toys. So usually there's, like, a weird thing where, like, when someone summons minions, they, like, send Usopp after them.
No, that is true. Yeah, so, I mean, in theory, Usopp should handle that guy. And if he does, that would just be peak. I was thinking the other day, like, give Usopp a devil fruit. That'd be crazy. There's a lot of ways he can, like, just have a really cool moment. But yeah, if, like, Frankie ends up beating that guy or something, I'm gonna actually be mad, bro. Like, if Usopp gets no moment in Elbaf, I will actually be mad. And if he gets nothing, I just give up on him, bro. Like, he's cooked.
Yeah, it is, like, worrying, because it's like, I mean, I don't envy Oda, because, like I said, every chapter, he's like, okay, how many, like, of the 4 million ideas can I cram into this one chapter? And I gotta get so many done, or we're gonna be behind pace for, like, the end of the story that I've been trying to wrap up for, like, 30 years. So I understand why it's, like, hard to get that in there, but at least when they're fighting, like, try to put him in, like, try to have him doing something.
Yeah, because, I mean, like, in my opinion, the reason why Usopp being fumbled, like, is the most annoying is because I think he has, like, the most potential out of all the Straw Hats for just, like, doing crazy stuff. And honestly, like, all the other Straw Hats have kind of done impressive things, except for him. Like, post-time skip, like, all of them have done something impressive. Like, they all beat Toby Ropo members. I guess the only two who haven't really done impressive stuff would be Chopper and Usopp. But, like, Chopper still had a moment where he was, like, curing the, like, ice Oni stuff. And he fought Queen for a little while. So it's, like, just those two things alone, like, kind of make me feel like, all right, Chopper, you've kind of done enough. And he, like, saved Gabon. So he's had some small moments here and there. So I just have low expectations for Chopper, if I'm being honest. Like,
yeah, and it, like, just the arc opened with, like, Usopp running from, like, a random cat.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. And then they're talking about like, even Luffy was like, bro, like, what are you doing, man? Like, you should have been able to beat him, bro. And
yeah, and I think the thing that makes it suck more is that we see his dad do stuff, and, like, his dad is kind of cracked. Like,
oh yeah,
like, he, like, blew up Barto's whole ship.
Yeah, I remember seeing like memes after that, like after they showed like Yasop being cool, like I saw memes where people were saying like the reason why Yasop didn't want to see Usopp and Wano is because he just knows he's a fraud and doesn't want to see his son be so fraudulent. But
yeah, well, I mean, like Usopp, he needs to get like a rocket launcher or something. Cause like, how's this dude? Whenever we get to like the Straw Hats fighting the Blackbeard pirates, like how's he taking out Van Augur if he's still this trash by then? Like he has to get better. Or
yeah,
he's just gonna lose to Van Augur.
I mean, that was Van Augur was the reason I was thinking maybe Usopp could get a devil fruit because Van Augur got one. And I also just found the Lewis Arnott the Explorer thing in Little Garden too. So like, yeah, I don't know, maybe this was like from a book or something, because Nami was also reading a book before they like get to Little Garden. So maybe she was reading his book maybe. But yeah, he says it when they first enter Little Garden. He has a speech there, and then it continues in Elbaf, which is kind of crazy. But all right, bro. I actually do got to get going now.
Okay, yeah. See ya.
Yeah, see you, bro. Should have left hours ago, but it's all good. All right, see you though. All right, chat. Yeah. This is actually one of the craziest streams I've done. Because I said this was going to be an hour long, and it was 4 hours. Kind of wild. Had a lot of things I had to do today that I just simply didn't do. That's kind of crazy. That is kind of crazy, chat. I'm not even going to lie to you. My schedule, sleep schedule, everything, all cooked. Cheers for the long stream. Thank you, bro. Yeah, that's crazy. 4 hours. That's actually so crazy, bro. Any last questions in the chat before I head out? Any last questions you guys got? Are you going to keep the stream up? Yeah, I probably will. I probably will. Keep this one public. I'll probably keep this one public, yeah. I got a bunch of videos I gotta post, bro. I got a bunch, bro. No, I know, it's all good. I got a bunch of videos I gotta post, chat. I'm realizing, like, where I am right now, I think the best move for me with YouTube is I need to just, like, focus on posting as many videos as I can possible. Like, I was talking to Restless about it. I've had videos where I poured like 4 or 5 days into where I just did nothing but worked on that video. Like didn't go out, didn't like hang out with my friends, didn't go to jujitsu, just like did nothing but grinded, got a video and have it do worse than a video I made in 3 hours. And I realized like what I need to do right now is just focus on like making as many good videos as I can as quickly as I can. Rather than trying to make like excellent videos, I need to focus on good ones like quickly. And another thing I was talking to him about, before I used to make videos and try to make them as visually appealing as I possibly could. And then I just experimented like, what if I just don't do that? What if I just make them look okay, but just keep the audio stuff good? And the viewer retention like didn't drop at all. Like, and I started realizing like I'm putting a lot of work into edits that people don't even look at. I think a lot of the times people just turn my video on in the background and just listen to it. So like these were like big things I've realized recently. So I've been trying to, basically I've just been trying to make videos faster. How's your day been? It's been good. It's been good, bro. How's your day been? JJK top 10. Off the top of my head, Gojo and Sukuna are 1 and 2. 3 is probably Kenchaku. 4 is, who's 4? 4 might be Yorozu. 5 is probably Yuta. 6, it's either Hakari, Toji, or Yuki. All 3 of them, it's hard to say who wins against those 3. Gotta think about that. And then after that batch, you got Kashimo below that batch. I think Kashimo versus Yuki's actually interesting. Yuki might domain diff him. And then below all those guys, you got Yuji. I think Yuji is actually like number 9 or 10. Your level of content lately has definitely been good quality. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. But all right, chat. I think that's it for this stream. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Very fun. I might leave this one public. I don't know if I'll put it to members only or not. Yeah, I think I'll just leave it for now. But thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I might put this to members only later. I don't know. I actually just don't know. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Literally, I'm not sure. But yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. I appreciate the views and the comments. And I will see you guys on the next one. Got a new video tomorrow. Like the video, so the next video I'm posting, it's going to be Adult Gon versus the 3 Royal Guards. I'm going to post that as a video next. And then another one. Chat, I learned a lot of new stuff about Hunter x Hunter recently. Like I was just rereading some stuff and I noticed a lot of new things, so I need to make videos out of them and put them in there. Like I might do one just talking about Pito, so I might do Pito is overpowered. Pito, yeah. Neferpito is overpowered is one of them. Morel is underrated is another. Knuckle is underrated is another. And then I got Adult Gon versus the 3 Royal Guards. Those 4 videos, I'll probably post them over the next 2 days. And then after that, I want to get into some JJK fight analysis. So like, I'm going to start doing like the Is Genius series that I do for my Hunter x Hunter fights. I'm going to do that for the JJK fights too. And yeah, I got a bunch of stuff to post. And then I got a bunch of One Piece stuff. So a bunch of more things coming out. So yeah, thank you guys for tuning in, and I'll see you on the next one.